What's up, Buck man? If you're fishing, man, there's the link. You know you're welcome to come up anytime. Small town, thanks for coming in, stopping by. All right, we out here. You guys know the time of the year for me. It's burbot fishing time, or as some people call them, burbot, eel pout, lawyer fish. What's up, John? Thanks for coming in, brother. It's gotten colder since we talked earlier. Got the heater going. I just moved over to the left a little. Spot I always catch them. What's up, JBT? The bite is slow. I've been out. I came out this morning for about 2 3 hours. Didn't get nothing. Wasn't expecting much this morning. Rob Fox, Lynn. I am fishing in Sheboygan at the Sheboygan on the Sheboygan River. Fishing for some burbot, eel pout, lawyer fish. Uh, what they are is freshwater cod. What's up, Ty? Thanks for coming in, brother.
What's up,
What's
man?
up, Buggy?
Hey, how's it going?
Not much.
Yeah, it was 40 some degrees
Oh,
and no wind. I had to come out this evening.
well, we had about 30 something. We got wind. It ain't too bad, but it's coming off the lake, so it's coming off.
uh,
Uh,
that's cold then. Where you
it's
fishing at?
coming off Lake Michigan.
Yeah, it's cold. Where you
Yeah.
fishing at?
Huh?
Where you fishing at?
I'm in Sheboygan, right on the
Okay.
Sheboygan River.
I
Same
like
spot I always fish.
I like Sheboygan. I've been there a couple times. Went to a surfing festival there. That's a
Yeah.
cool town, man. If I moved back up there, that's where I would move to.
Yeah. It's actually, I mean, it's a good town. I ain't got no problems here.
It's got a really
I
good
do my
surf break.
fishing and, huh?
And it's got a really good surf break there at the park where the big jetty comes out. And
Yep.
then,
Right there.
yep,
D-Land Park.
yep, exactly. And then I'm supposing there's probably decent fishing around there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people catch all kinds of stuff.
Yep,
Of course,
that's
the
where I
salmon
would
during the
go.
salmon run.
I suppose I turn here.
Wabash Nate, thanks for coming in, buddy.
I was going to watch the football
Ron,
game, but
thanks for
I ended
watching,
up
brother.
not being. I was going to watch Michigan game, but I ended up not being able to. Hoagland's going to be bummed, man. Them dogs got beat by Alabama today. Yeah, he ain't going to be happy Monday. They may
Marcus,
have that.
Eric, Jamal.
What's that?
Just the
Oh,
Facebook
okay.
guys. Can't read their net. Can't. All it says on my end is Facebook user.
Oh, okay. So you're live on both of those then?
I'm live on. Facebook and Rivercat Tackle, and of course YouTube here, and
Interesting.
on Twitch.
That's
I'm
getting
messing
too
around on the
complicated.
Twitch platform too a little.
That's getting too complicated for me. I'm doing good to go over to StreamYard off your link and not get the double sound thing. I do that. Without that, I'm good.
Yeah.
If
Albert Tate or Till. What's up, Mike? Mike Sampson.
What's up, Sampy? I
Yeah,
got a
so we're gonna be
bluegill
out here
here.
a couple hours tonight. Well,
Yeah,
about three.
me too. I've been out here about an hour and a half probably. I got a bluegill head on the rod on the right and nightcrawler on the rod on the left.
Nice. I
This is one
got.
of the places, I don't catch many fish, but the one I did catch I caught this is where I caught my PB channel cat at that night.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Hey, Brandon. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Yeah.
but it only
Well, it's
took like my third trip out here to do that, and I
that's
haven't been here all year.
really
Yeah, I hadn't come over here. It's only about the fifth or sixth time I've got out this year because moving and all the stuff with Pop. But he was doing real well today, and his mind seemed pretty clear. And I told Mom, so I'm gonna go fishing for a little bit. Just call me if anything happens or whatever. But he's
right.
probably in bed by now.
That's good. He's having a good day today.
Yeah, yeah. He's had the last 2 weeks. One day he had one day. I think it was last Friday, maybe that he was just his mind was crystal clear. He didn't have no pain, and I mean, almost like he was before anything ever happened. It was amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, that don't happen often. You know what I mean? But it was really nice to have
Yeah.
it happen.
Crappie day. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Yeah. So tonight I got cut shiner. I got cut shiner on one of the rods. I got a hole shiner on one, and I got a hole sucker on one. The rods I'm using tonight is my two new. I got my two new Ancient Mariner rods.
Oh, cool.
Uh, they're paired up with my two Ancient Mariner 6000.
That's my next reel.
Hit it. We got them on. You know where to get them.
Yeah, yeah. That guy coming on here and talking sold me, man. For the simple fact, he's a small businessman and he's an American. And so I mean, I'll support him all day. I don't even care if the reel was shit. I'm sorry, it was crap. I would still support him just because he's a small American businessman. If we don't support him,
Yeah,
Chinese will be selling you everything you get. They almost are
exactly.
anyway.
Yeah, and then I got my on the very end. Can't see it because it's metallic midnight blue. That's my Muddy River custom rod.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I do got that paired with my newest Ancient Mariner 6000. It's a blue one.
Yep, that's the one I'm gonna get.
And the crazy thing is, man, is that blue rod, that blue Muddy River rod matches the matches that Ancient Mariner reel.
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even planned that way.
Nope.
Yeah, we probably ought to get the hood up. It's getting cooler. My ears was getting cold. And then to
I
find
just
out that
want
go ahead.
I just want one fish on that Muddy River rod, and then I'm gonna hang it on the wall.
Oh yeah, nice. Yep.
Yeah, it's that custom made rod. It's that memorial rod, as I call it. It's got my dad's birthday and his death date on it,
Oh
with
really?
his name on it,
Yep.
and it's a custom paint job on there. It's the metallic midnight blue and smoke gray.
Oh, really
That's just
nice.
yeah,
Yeah, I can
and
see
the
hanging
nice
it up.
thing,
I can see hanging it up after one fish. I'm with you.
yeah. I just need
Yep.
one fish. Then I gotta buy a blue ancient mariner
To go,
rod to go
to
with
go
the
with the
blue
reel.
reel.
Yep. Well, the fact the guy was a fisherman that designed them reels and uses them was another point that sold me because he's going to make prototypes, go out there and test them and work all the bugs out. And then he's going to sell reels that are already, all the little quirks and stuff's been worked out of them already.
Yeah.
Yep. So the fact he fishes was the other part that sold me on it.
Oh yeah, Lynn. I love my Uncle Lou rods, but I'm just doing the rotation. I got so many rods I can go through.
Well, I got the one Uncle Lou, but it's a spinning rod,
Yeah.
and there ain't a lot of them. I've not seen a lot of them, so I don't use it much. And in fact, I think I'm just going to make that my carp rod anyway with the open face reel.
Yeah. I
Cause
mean these man, these ancient mariner rods, they got they got a good backbone to them, and they got that they got a fast tip on them too. Real sensitive.
well, I'd never used a bait casting reel until I discovered this catfish community, and I'll never go back to anything else, man. I'm sold on them.
Yeah.
They're the only thing to have. After you learn to use one, there's just nothing else out there that touches them.
Oh yeah. Exactly. I've been
You
fishing
know,
with I've been fishing with bait casters since I was a teenager. So
yeah, yes, I'd never used one because all we ever really fished for was bluegill, and then had like a Kmart rod for catching carp and catfish and stuff on just for fun. But
right.
and then you hear all the horror stories about backlashing them and stuff. So you're like, man, I ain't gonna do that. I don't want to go through all that. So when I did get mine, I went out and practiced casting so I could learn to use it instead of just going out and fishing, learning.
Right.
And it's been a while. I ain't gonna say nothing because I'll end up doing it tonight. But it's been a while since I backlashed it. Since I put that braid on, I backlashed that braid once, and you don't want to do that.
Oh
That
no, I've
stuff,
backlashed the braid. I
yeah, it's a
backlashed braid a couple times, man. That you gotta cut the whole thing off and just
yeah.
put
That's what
some
I was
new
gonna say.
stuff
You might as
on.
well bring a small pair of scissors and another spool of line because you're not going to pull it out like you can mono. That's the only thing about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually learned that lesson the probably second time I ever casted it. I had the two poles with it, and I got one out, and then the next one I cast, and I mean it backlashed bad, not kind of bad. It was ugly. It's like, oh, this ain't good. Where
Well, it's all Creech,
to
catfish
be honest
junkie.
with you, the ones I've got out, the mono even, I don't know how I ever got the latch out. To be honest with you, I just kept pulling, and I'd pinch and pull up and pull, and I still
Yeah.
don't know what I've done to get them out.
Yeah, on my blue ancient mariner, I got I got 20 pound reaction tackle mono on there.
Oh, really? That ought to cast like an ultralight.
Oh man, that thing I ain't cast mono in a couple years. I cast that one out. It man.
Yeah, you'll hit the other side. Well, see, I
Yeah.
bought, I think, 50-pound braid, and I probably should have just went with about 30 or so because it's not like I'm down there fishing on the Ohio River or anything. But then again, if I did get a chance to go fish somewhere that has big fish, then I've already got line on that I can use.
Right.
And I
Yeah.
hate using I hate using other people's rods when go down there and stuff. Except I don't
Right.
mind J Dog because he's got a million rods. You could break one in half and he'd just reach under and grab another out of the 100 down there.
Yeah. But yeah, these ancient mariners, man, they're I like them. They got
Well,
that fat,
I got
like I said, they got that
I
fast
found
tip.
when I moved, I found a rod I forgot I had, so I need a reel for one. And I mean, I ain't gonna lie, money's tight since all this. This has been a bad year for me. Interest rates are high, and then the time I had to take off when we were moving and everything, and it's tight. So I won't be buying nothing till next spring, hopefully, if then.
Right,
And that's one of them you gotta be happy with what you have, that you were blessed to have that. You know what I mean? I
right,
got two real nice fishing rods with really nice reels on them, and if I was to say something, oh man, I would be an idiot to say, oh, I need this or that, because those two right there are more than I ever dreamed I'd have. They both got the Abu 100 anniversaries on them.
oh, nice.
Yeah, I got it. Well, I got them on that. I forget what site it was last year. Had them on sale for $157. You know what I mean? It's like, well, you can't not buy. Heck, you could buy them and fish with them for a year and turn around and sell them for what you got in them, even.
Yep. Hey,
And
butterflies and sunshine. Thanks for coming in.
I almost said good morning. Hi, butterfly and sunshine.
You ain't got Mr. Green Jeans walking up on you tonight, do you?
Now, where I'm at right now, you got to worry more about Mister Gangbanger walking up on you.
Oh man,
Yeah, yeah. I brought two guns with me tonight. I ain't gonna lie.
I would too. Hey,
Yeah,
Chucky,
yeah,
thanks for coming in.
yeah. I got a small one in my pocket, and I got the big bang in the car. Yeah, because they found a dead body here 6 or 8 years ago. There's a walking path on the other side of the lake here. They
Okay.
found her back there.
Wow.
But no, I ain't never had any problems. Don't get me wrong, but it's still, I am where I am, so to speak.
Yeah.
But hell, ain't nobody coming out here this cold today or anytime. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Not yet,
It's like
Creech. No luck yet, man.
it's hibernation time right now.
Yeah. Since I've been live on going live on YouTube and fishing, and specifically burbot fishing here in Sheboygan, I've never seen nobody out here.
Really?
Now, yeah, now there's all kinds of people out here burbot fishing. Oh yeah, we fished
Really?
here. We fished here last year. Like, man, no, you didn't, because I was here all winter.
Yeah. No,
You
yeah. No,
don't
you
believe me?
didn't.
Go on
I
my
was
channel
here
and
every
look.
week. Yep. Yep. No, you didn't.
I actually did run into a couple guys this morning from Chicago area. They come up here to fish. They
Really?
fish in Wisconsin quite a bit. They fish all over the state of Wisconsin.
Wisconsin's an awesome state, man. People don't realize it.
Yeah,
Like I said, if I could move anywhere, I would move to Sheboygan, Wisconsin. I don't care about the winter times. It's a really cool state to live in.
and yeah, they. I was talking to them, and first thing in the morning, I'm gonna be truthful. They stepped out of their car. I ain't had no coffee yet, so I wasn't in a good mood.
I'm with
And I
you.
noticed they were from Illinois. I was like, what are you fishing for? I said, burbot. They're like, really? I said, yeah. They said, there's no fish in this river. I said, well, if there's no fish in this river, why don't you go back to your state and catch them?
Exactly.
And then I started talking to a guy, talking to two of them. They're both from Lithuania, but
Oh, really?
they've been in the U.S. for at least 20 years.
Yeah.
They said they fish all over Wisconsin because Chicago, man, they charge them an arm and a leg
Yep.
just to park.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you don't get out of that loop around Chicago, you're gonna. I wouldn't do anything inside that loop. In fact, I hate driving from Indiana up to where you're at just because you got to go around Chicago. That toll
Yeah.
road sucks, and it cost you. I forget how much it cost me last time I went around that toll road one way going up, and it's the same coming back. But it had to be 10 or 11 bucks total, and that's been 15 years ago probably.
Hey,
The
fishing
one
for
guy,
whiskers. Good
the one
evening.
guy
She
rents.
said, "Good evening, Buggy."
Hello there.
Rhonda.
One guy rents a billboard on that uh, toll road around there, and something along the lines of, "You said this was the toll road was just to pay for the road. Don't you think it's paid for by now?"
Right?
Yeah, that's how they sold it originally. Was that it would be a toll road just long enough to pay for the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
like if
Joshua.
you,
Thanks for coming in.
yeah, if you believe that any time the government finds a way to take money, if they're going to stop and give you any back, you're crazy.
Yep.
But I remember I used to see that billboard all the time when I drive through there, and I'd laugh.
I would too.
Yeah, big letters. Isn't it paid for yet?
Mike Sampson. I'm fishing in Sheboygan, Wisconsin on the Sheboygan River. I'm actually just a few hundred yards from Lake Michigan. Where are you fishing at, Bugman?
I'm in a city park in Anderson, Indiana, at a little lake. It's actually this lake's actually not too bad. It's probably about a mile and a half long, and it's not real wide, but nobody really catfishes it much, I don't think.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, like I said, the one time I came here and I caught it was 10.8 pound channel. It's my PB, and I came about 4 times, and I told myself if I don't catch a fish this time, I'm not coming back. Because someone told me there were good channel cat in here, and I was actually loading up that night because it was about 2 in the morning. And I was loading up, and I had one rod still out. And I was putting the other stuff up, and it just started screaming. And I was like, "Oh, so, I got a bell on it because I don't pay attention." And it was dinging, and they're screaming. And scared the hell out of me, to be honest with you.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, so this lake don't give up a lot of fish to me, but if the one or two that it has have both been good fish.
Yeah.
And this where I'm at's like a little sand peninsula that sticks out here, and
Uh
you
huh.
drive down a hill off the where the parking lot is. You drive down this hill and you can park out on it. And the first 2 times I fished here, I didn't know that, so I humped my gear all the way down here, and I was sitting there fishing one evening, and some guy come pulling in and backed his car up. And I looked at him and said, "You can do that?" And he said, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "Okay, that's good to know." That,
Right.
yeah, that's another reason why I'm here. Because I'm literally sitting behind the back of my car, and there's my poles, and right in front of them's the water.
That's
Bank
awesome.
Yeah, bank fishermen understand that. If you get a place where you can back up to, then
Oh yeah, that's golden spot right there.
exactly.
Rhonda
I would.
said Rhonda
I'll
said that's because
sacrifice
after
both fish.
they paid for it, then they have to use the let's see. That's because after it's paid for, they have to use they have to keep the tow in place to pay for the upkeep on the pothole ridden stretch of road. Yeah,
Yeah,
that ain't no joke.
yeah. And the other part is, well, if you're going to do that, then at least fix it. The town I live in, right where I grew up at and stuff, it was a factory town. There was a Chevy plant, a Delco plant, and a couple wire mills. Well, naturally, they all closed after NAFTA, and the tax from them was used basically to we had good roads and everything. Well, after they've been gone for 25 or 30 years now, roads are shit, man.
Yeah,
Well, I
I
had a buddy
know.
of mine that sit on a grand jury they had there one time about the asphalt not lasting very long. And the guy come in and testified that there's different grades of asphalt. And the more
Right.
expensive, the higher grade asphalt is and the longer it lasts. And the investigation they were doing was to see what the people were charging the city for and what they were actually putting down. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Because it seemed like they won all the bids, which we know how that happens. But
Yeah.
it also seemed like the road that should last 10 years last about 4. And I used to argue because when I lived up there, the roads weren't bad up there, and they always here blame it on the winter and get cold. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Well, I come back from Wisconsin. I was city council meeting and talked. I said, "Don't tell me that. I just moved back from Wisconsin, and it gets colder, longer up there, and their roads aren't like this. So I don't buy that excuse no more."
Yeah.
And it's a fact. They had to be lying about it all these years,
Yeah.
you know. And if you don't ever go nowhere that's cold like it is up there, you don't know that.
Right. Hey,
But
hand me down. Thanks for coming in, buddy.
it's the
Rhonda
simple.
said, well, now, Buggy, if you want it fixed, the toll will have to increase.
Well, of course, yeah. Like I said, it was what it's had to been 15 years since I went through there the last time, I'd say. And I'm thinking it cost me over $10 to go one way around it.
Jeez.
I'm pretty sure it was. I can't remember for sure, but it was at
Man.
least, I know it was at least 7, and if that's a lot of money if you think about it. Every car that
Yeah.
goes through that whole loop.
Yep.
I mean, that's got to be millions of dollars a day.
Oh, yeah, I
And
wouldn't doubt it, man. They,
the other part is every time I've ever been on, I've been on a traffic jam. Not sometimes, every single time. Because when I lived up there, I would come home for holidays and stuff. Every
yeah.
time I've ever driven on that loop, I've been in a traffic jam. I don't care daylight, dark, evening, morning, it don't matter. And I've got to figure that out. You know, it's like how come there's always a freaking traffic jam on this road?
Yeah, it's that time of the year for you, ain't it? Hand me down. At deer camp, trying to get you a deer.
Oh yeah,
I used to do a lot of deer hunting down in Texas. I actually, there's one spot I actually fished at. It was the
that's the other
national.
reason.
Well, I hunted at that spot, and then I figured
That's the
out.
other reason you guys hate them Illinois people because they come down there and hunt your deer.
Yep, we did down in Texas. I found a spot where I could fish and hunt at the same time.
What is it? They called them when I was down there fibs, FIBs, acronym for bad word. Oh yeah, time to break out the grill sweatshirts. Get cool.
Oh man, I got a t-shirt on. I got long sleeve. I got my River Cat tackle, my new River Cat tackle jersey on. I got I got my insulated bibs and my new winter jacket, my caterpillar jacket. Plus I got the
Well,
heat.
I had one of them uh, Catfish 3-in-1 jackets. Those things are awesome, and I'll buy another one someday. But they're awesome. And
Yeah.
I came across this young homeless vet kid. He had to be in his late 20s maybe, and it's cold, misty, rainy evening or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't give him no place to stay or nothing, but man, I couldn't just leave him standing there like that. So I gave him that coat, and I told him, I said, dude, you could probably lay down in the snow and sleep in this and stay warm. I said, that's one of the best coats I ever had.
Yeah.
The That outer shell's windproof and waterproof, and it works great. I stood in the rain in it.
Yeah, that's what I like about this caterpillar jacket. It's waterproof.
Yep, that's
And
the most. And some of them say they're waterproof until it rains. Yeah, it's waterproof as long as it's not raining.
hand me down to in Texas. That was in Huntsville, Texas, where I did a lot of hunting at, and I found a part right by the lake. There's a lake, and I was able to fish and hunt at the same time. That was pretty cool.
Heck
One
yeah.
day I got a nice 7 point or 8 point, and climbed down after he run off about 50 yards, fell over. I climbed down because I was getting a hit on my rod. Run over there, pulled in a nice blue cat.
Good thing
Nate
I
said,
split up a
Nate
couple
said,
public.
you must have gone too far on it for only, must not have gone too far on it for only $23 one way.
It's been a long time ago since I drove around that loop because I'd come on 65 there in Indiana where it meets it and drive it all the way around to Wisconsin and grumble every time I had to. But if you go the way that there ain't no toll road, it takes forever because you got to go west and then straight down through Illinois.
Yeah. Thanks, Screech. Yeah, hope so, man. Hopefully we get into some fish.
Yeah, I would even like just a bite to be honest with you.
Now that morning was just luck, hand me down. Deer came out. I pulled the trigger. He went 50 yards one way, and I climbed down in my climbing stand and ran and grabbed a 15-pound blue.
So we're gonna have fish and steak tonight, or fish and tenderloin. I remember when I was in basic training, the one thing I remember about basic training was through the whole thing, I was always tired,
Yeah,
because you didn't get a bunch of sleep. And the last 3 weeks, I feel like that because we had, all the changes with getting the hospice people and the nurses and stuff. And it's like, and I feel like that right now. I just feel tired. And I thought, man, maybe
right.
I'll go fishing and sit around and I laid down for a little bit this afternoon, about an hour and a half or so. And then I got to be careful doing that because when I got up, dad was asleep on the recliner, mom on the couch. I couldn't find the little dog, and I looked, and he was outside on his little uh, leash thing.
Oh man.
Yeah, so I opened the door and let him in, and he was just he run, jumped up in my bed, like, "Come here, dude, I'm freezing. You got to warm me up real quick." He, and I was like, and I thought, well, next time I go to sleep, I'll take him with me and close the door of my room where he can't get out. Dad let him out and didn't remember doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I've got up and the kitchen sink would be on. 3 o'clock in the morning, get up and the kitchen sink's running, and I have no idea how long it's been on.
Man.
Yeah, yeah, it happens. He just forgets though, a lot. It's just
Hand
part
me
of
down said, Bug man, why you hating on Illinoisans?
it. Man, there's a million reasons, and I'm not gonna list half of them. Now, Illinois is all right. They have the most crooked politicians of any state I've ever been to. Our politicians in Indianapolis, the state senators and stuff, well, we were trying to get a bill passed or something, and they didn't want to vote on it. And if X amount of them weren't around to vote, then the vote couldn't happen. So they all got together and went and holed up in hotels in Illinois because it's the Democrat haven.
Man.
Yeah, I just, you know, I don't like taxes.
Yeah.
And if the average person thought about how much they paid in a day, from if you stop and buy gas or whatever, everything you do, you're paying a tax on right now. Everything.
Yeah.
It's never going to change. I watched
You
that
know,
debate between Newsom and DeSantis or whatever, and they put one of them graphs up, and I forget, per gallon of gas in California, like 89 cents or something of it is taxes. Come on, pole, go ding, ding, ding. If I catch one fish, I'll load up and go home. I'm not going to lie. My brain will be in chill status. You know what I mean? That
yeah.
psychological, man, this sure helped. My little log thing is going to burn out here for long.
Oh,
Can you see that? Here, let me show you. Oops. Ah, now my light fell. Hold on. Oops. I don't know how I did that, but
no, not yet.
okay. See here. Hold that. I got all kinds of stuff messed up now. There we go. But I bought this little log thing. I don't know if you can see it or not. Hold on. There you are. It's got a hole drilled in the middle, and
Yeah.
in a hole at the bottom of the little piece of like Duraflame log or Duraflame log little starter stick. You
Yeah.
light the little stick and it burns through, then it burns up through the middle.
Oh,
And
nice.
yeah, well, for a place like this, if the police came up, I could just pick it up and dip it in the water and put it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
whole reason. You can't build a fire.
Right.
Not if you do, you're pushing your luck with them. I try to do that best I can. That
That's
looks
why
pretty good.
I run a propane heater.
That's my next investment. A body heater.
Yeah, I got the single burner, and I
Oh, that goes on like the round one goes on top of your grill tank thing.
it goes on. Yeah, it
Yep,
goes right on a 20-gallon tank
yep. That's
or
probably what I get.
a 20-pound tank.
Yep, that's probably what I'll get, to be honest with you, because I've got a 20-pound tank at the house.
Yeah, 20
That'd
pound
probably
tank.
be better.
Yeah, it'll run if you buy the single heater. If
Yep,
you don't run the double heater, you run the single heater. It'll last quite a while.
really. Yep, that's what I, because I'm always fishing by myself anyway. I had two cars sitting up in the parking lot, so if shit gets real, just remember when you call the police, I'm in Anderson, Indiana at Shady Side Park. Write that down.
We got you.
Yeah, I just happened to look up. There's a couple cars in the parking lot up there with their cruising lights on.
Yeah, today I had to go. We did some running around. Like I said, I fished for about 3 hours this morning. Wasn't expecting nothing, but that's me. I'm on
Yep,
the water. I'm happy. Then
yep,
we went and ran around, did some running. Well, first we went and ate because I was hungry. So we went and grabbed some breakfast, and we did some running around, and went and filled the propane tank real quick at Tractor Supply.
yep.
Went home, ate some homemade lasagna I made, and the other night, and I came out. I've been fishing out here. I got out here about 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Oh, really? I
Yep.
love homemade lasagna. Yeah, I didn't realize my water softener was so low, and Dad said something about the water tasting funny, and I looked. I was like, "Oh crap!" So I had to run over to Tractor Supply yesterday evening, just before they closed, actually, and get 5 bags of salt.
Oh man.
Yeah, I hurt my back the other day, so I had to dump in 5 bags of salt and dump them in there because Dad can't do it. And getting up and out of bed
Ooh.
this morning was a whole lot of fun. In fact, I got to take my leave now that I'm thinking about it.
And the nice thing about the this heater, it's windproof, so it won't even go out when the wind's blowing. It's
Oh, really?
blowing pretty
Yeah,
good.
that's even better. I got to start my car up, make sure my battery stays up.
Yeah.
I run all these lights and stuff off my cigarette lighter thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, when we go catfishing, and when I'm catfishing, uh I run my lights off of a two lawnmower batteries.
Oh, that's a good idea. Well, I had one of the little power pack jobbies. It was a good one and it worked great.
Yeah.
And I let it run all the way down, and when I plugged it in, it wouldn't charge no more.
Oh wow.
And it was 2 months out of warranty, naturally. And I got to reading about them, and if you let them run down all the way, not just that one, but a lot of them, that it's hard to get them to charge again. But it was a good one because I had this out. I was fishing that Brian B night tournament that one time, like almost all night or something. And
Yeah.
when I went to start my car, I had my phone plugged into my little battery pack and my lights plugged in like they are now. 3 o'clock in the morning out there, I went to start my car. And I was like, battery was dead. I was like, oh shoot! And that little battery pack has 5 lights on it, and it was down to one light. And it started my car. I was like, get out of here, because it says it'll
Wow.
start. It says it'll start a diesel truck.
Oh nice.
But yeah, I got to get another one. It wasn't but that big. It was like maybe 2 inches thick, 4 inches across, and 9 inches long, maybe. It was a good one. I mean, it wasn't cheap, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Hey
I'm gonna.
Johnny Small Pepper, thanks for coming in, brother.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of people coming out tonight to fish. Just had a couple walk down to the left of me. Got a
I'm
couple
probably sitting
guys.
on that, sitting out here talking to myself.
I got a couple guys over there to the right of me. It's like, geez, man. I kind of miss being out here by myself because it's nice and
Yep,
quiet.
yep, yep.
All of a sudden, burbot fishing's gotten popular.
I've never even seen one, so you need to catch one so I can see it. Them bluegill heads was nice and bloody. I throw down. I know that. You know, the other night I was talking about my back hurting, and Mark, Catfish and Crappie, said,
Uh huh.
Mark, Catfish and Crappie said, take 2 Aleve and 3 ibuprofen. He said it nurses OxyContin, and it works. I'm telling you.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't take opioids or anything,
Yeah.
because my
Yeah, I
back was
try not
really
to
bad
take
that
any
time.
kind of med.
Yeah, I don't. I can't take opioids. I had a little issue with them years ago, but it actually I was amazed because it worked really well. You just can't do it every day or nothing. You know what I mean? It's too hard on your kidneys.
Right.
So I went and bought a bottle of each and keep them in my car now for days like this
Yeah.
because it's getting cold and my back's getting stiff.
Yeah, the
Getting old
cold,
stuff, doesn't
the cold will take a toll on you. That's for sure.
it? Yep. And getting old makes it worse. Ah, that should work.
The only thing I gotta say that's bad about this spot is I gotta climb over this railing.
To do what? Get your fish?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the same spot I always fish for burbot. I always gotta climb the railing
yeah. I've never seen you do it before, but that's a get. Is
because
it
I ain't
difficult?
walking all the way down to the gate. That's about 20 yards to the left of me.
Yeah, yeah. That's true. But if you fall in up there, that water's cold right now.
Yeah. Well, it's got you got pretty good distance, pretty good area of cement in front too. Still, so
Oh, okay.
that's not. Yeah, it's not too bad. And at least it ain't. If it happens tonight, at least it ain't icy and snowy.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say so
Like
instead
last
of
year when
cold,
I had
go.
to climb over it, it was ice, snow, it was raining, and I was on
Oh,
Steve Adams live when I caught that uh my PB burbot, nine point
oh
eight
yeah.
pounds.
Hey, did you see that big sucker I caught the other day? If you get a chance, go to my channel and check it out. I didn't know they grew that big. It was about that long, a sucker. I had no
Really?
idea. Yeah, I had no idea they grew that long.
Oh yeah, I seen that. I seen that
Yeah,
video.
yep. It was the same
And
spot I caught the walleye at the other week.
yeah, they do. They get
I had
pretty big.
I had no idea because the only ones I ever caught, I was a kid, we'd catch them in the creek by the house, and they would be a big one for us back in was 6 or 8 inches long.
Right. Yeah, Johnny, I know. Man, I'm
I
a
need to
year
hire
older.
me a driver.
I mean, I'm only 43, but good lord, trying to climb over this railing and all this gear is not fun. But I still do it.
Get me one of those baskets. Who had that basket for fishing off piers that you lowered it down like a round basket and you lowered it down and pulled the fish over and lifted it back up?
Yeah,
I forget who had that.
I'm actually looking into a pier fishing net. That's what you're talking about.
Is that what they're called? Yeah.
Yeah, for down in Port Washington, actually, because that's about a 14-foot drop to the water. Which the net I have, it'll reach down there because I did modify it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I wonder how long it is before my little log falls over. Half the sides left fallen out of it already. That's pretty neat. I need to find out what kind of wood that was and if it works on just any kind of wood or not. Cause
Yeah,
I'll make them myself now. I sold my drill press, but I think that's too tall to wouldn't have fit in it anyway. So I have to drill them out by hand. But I think I can make my own.
yeah.
Because they wanted $12 for that, and I only had one other time, and I was like, man, I want one of them, so I bought it. I just lit it a little bit too early, but now I know where they're at. I'll wait till spring, and they'll put them all on clearance,
Yeah.
and I'll go in and buy them all dirt cheap.
Butterflies and Sunshine said she's hibernating for the winter.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm real close. It's real close to that time for me. Tell me where you're at. I'll come and hibernate over there.
Yeah. Then you
That,
guys can
that
all sit in the warm houses and watch me out here and fish.
exactly. Well, and that's what when I lived up in Wisconsin, they never quit. They do stuff year round up there. The weather, it don't matter. They're doing something.
Yep.
Heck,
And
I
for
raised
me,
my boat out for 'em.
I don't do ice fishing, so I'm always looking for. I know where to go for open body of water.
Yep, yep. I raced the
I hit
motorcycle
Fort
every night
Washington.
up there. Yeah, I'm not. I've ice fished a couple times. Never caught a fish yet doing it, so I don't ice fish.
Oh yeah, Fresno. Fresno says I see the profession. I see Bugman the professional, but who's the other guy?
What, the professional shammer? That's me. I got a license in shamming. I passed that class with an A. 100%. In fact, I'm like the honor grad in the school of sham. See if anybody in the chat knows if that Michigan game is going yet.
Oh, that's right, butterflies. You are a Packer fan. They're gonna lose tomorrow. They play my Chiefs.
I did get lucky. I lived up there. The guy that owned my company had season tickets to the Packers. He let me take my son to the Packers Colts game. And
Oh wow.
yeah, it was perfect, man. It was snowing. It was cold. It was the perfect Packer experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it couldn't have been no better. We had our faces painted for home light and everything. We were the only Colts fans sitting there. I can tell you that. But the people were cool. I mean, Packers games are just a whole event, man. The parking lot was awesome.
Hey, Glacier Shark. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Yeah, we
I
trying to.
only,
I'm trying to catch some burbot, man.
I only got
They
2 rod
didn't
holders left,
cooperate.
so I can't leave these here tonight. I don't know if the fish go shallow or deep this time of year. I don't really know that much about fishing this time of year.
usually, usually they hit. Usually catfish hit the deep holes.
Okay. That's what I needed to know. 'Cause I got the one on the right with the bluegill head. It's way out there in the deep spot, and this one here is cast over that way. It's a little shallower, but it's got a night crawler on it, so anything could hit it. I'd be happy with a big old carp. I think there's walleye in here because the guy that snagged my line that time coming right through here, they were trolling or something, and I assume they were trolling for walleye.
Huh? That lake must have some nice bluegill in it too, Lo.
Yeah, yeah. Well, see, next year I'm gonna put. I got the little boat. I got perfect for this place, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
put it in, and I'm gonna boat around it, and watch the little fish depth finder thing, so I can see where all the holes are and what it looks like, because I have no idea.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be a new adventure for us uh, next year. Get that little, get that boat, that 12-foot boat out that we got. Hey, Guerrero.
That's what ours is. It's 11 foot 3 inches. I got a video on there that shows it. You get a chance sometime, check it out. It's called a bass tender. and it's a
Okay.
plastic boat, but it's not one of them little ones where you fit two people in it and they're all cramped up and you don't want to stand up or nothing. This one here, you get up, it's got a live well and stuff in it, and you can pick one up for cheap. I mean, like
Oh, nice.
12 or 1300 bucks. Now, and actually, the two I seen for sale last time was up that way. So you get a chance, go in there and look at it. You'll see what I'm saying. It's the perfect small lake boat. It's a perfect boat for Wisconsin and all them little small lakes.
Yeah.
And we've had ours. They've had to own that for 30 years probably.
Yeah,
I
I
think,
got a we got a little it's a Sea King. It's an old Sea King. Then I picked up
yeah,
a 3.9 Merc for it.
I bought one of them new little 3.5 horsepower from that little boat I'm talking about. Them little Chinese motors.
Yeah.
Just because I won't use it very often, but it'd be the reservoir over by my house. I can use it to get out to where this hole is that the guy that used to own the bait house there told me about. And the only way I'm ever going to get the fish is to go out there.
Yeah.
So I actually got online and watched a lot of videos and found one. A guy in northern Indiana up by Wabash River or something had one. And he went through all the steps on what to do to get it ready and break it in. And he said if you don't do it like this, there's a good chance this thing don't last very long. He said, but if you follow what I'm telling you, he said, I think he said he'd had it for like 10 years or something.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, it's a cool little motor, man. It comes with all kinds of stuff. It came with an extra prop, an extra pull string top that goes on there. It was, and it didn't cost nothing, but the average guy ain't gonna want one like that. But for a little pond like this,
Yeah. Yeah,
but
there's a spot I want to go to, but I don't know if I want to take that little boat there because it's right by a dam.
you
So I'm looking into a bait boat like they
yeah,
use for carp fishing
yep,
because there's a deep hole that everybody talks about, but where you fish from the bank, you can't get to it. You can't
yep,
cast out that far.
yep.
So if I get a bait boat, which I know where to get one for a decent price, uh, I can put the bait in there, put the line in there, and just
Oh, I know
carry
what
it
you're
out
talking
there.
about. Like a remote control boat that runs it out there and then drops it.
Yep.
Is that what you're talking about? I seen that. Yeah, that's cool. That would work,
Yeah.
man. Yep, I've seen that.
Yeah. They use it a lot for carp carp fishing.
Yep. Well, I because Dad can't really go fishing no more. I just kind of feel bad if I'd hook the boat up and go. You know what I mean? So I just didn't do it
Yeah.
all because I know he would like to go, but there's just no way he can. So I just,
Right.
I wouldn't enjoy myself even if I did get to do it. So I just haven't done it.
Yeah.
I'll wait till he's gone and I'll do it. But he did say, "You bought that motor, been sitting in the garage 2 summers now." I was like, "Yeah, no, Pop, I'll get around to it one of these days." I told him, "Ain't you figured out by now I don't get in a hurry no more?" He said, "Hurry, hurry." He said, "That thing will sit there and rust apart before you." I said, "Ain't a speck of rust on that. It's in the garage. I got a two-wheel car, like, for moving boxes and stuff, and I put a board across and I got it mounted on it and it's just sitting right there."
Yeah.
But the guy said to break it in before you started using it and just, have it on the back of the boat and set it down in like a trash can full of water without the prop on. And
Right.
just let it, run like almost just a little above idle speed for about an hour. And then, shut it off, let it cool down and cycle it back through a little bit faster. He said, because the quality of the metal and stuff they use in China is not what it is like in Japan on Honda motors and stuff. He said so when
Yeah.
you go to break them in, if you take your time doing it, because it's not as good a metal, that you know how the rings and everything seed into the cylinder and create their own little pattern or whatever. And
Right.
he said if you do that, the motor will last. He said the people that complain about these just they don't take the time to make them right.
Yeah.
And then he said the fuel lines that come on them, because of the cheap gas we have here in the states, that they fall apart. They just aren't no good. So I got a big roll of fuel line from my dirt bikes that I had, just hanging on the shelf up there. So I've got to replace the fuel lines with them. This is just stuff he learned from having it for all this time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good when somebody can give you tips and all
Yeah.
that.
Actually, the river he was on, it's about 2 hours or 2.5 hours from me going north. And that's where he done his video, to show how it ran on the river and stuff. And it looked nice. So I emailed him and he gave me directions on where the boat ramp he was using was. He said, "Now
Okay.
don't tell no one I don't share this because not a lot of people know about that ramp." I said, "Sir, I guarantee you, they ain't no one gonna know about it from me. I'll never tell anybody where I'm at because the
Yeah.
river looked nice for up here, especially. I mean, it looked like it was deep and flowing slow, and it was
Wow.
probably it had to be probably 150 feet across, I'd say, if not a little more.
Oh,
And
wow.
he had to have boated down at a good 2 miles, and it was like that the whole way. But I knew I had seen the river because I'd crossed over it on the interstate uh, going dirt bike racing before. And I remember looking at it and thinking, man, that's a good looking river right there for up here. And I couldn't never remember the name of it. But that dirt bike racing time, I didn't care. I just
Yeah.
remember thinking it looked like a good river, and I think there might have been a pier or something off one of the houses on the river, and I was thinking, wow, that must be deep enough to run a boat in or something.
Yeah.
Because most of the rivers where I'm at right here in this part of Indiana, you can walk across, and you probably
Oh,
won't get your
wow.
knees. Yeah, you probably won't get your knees wet. Well, they Corps engineers come through and they dammed them up in spots for the factories where it would pool up, and then the factories could draw water out of them.
Yeah.
And then the areas beyond that became shallow areas, and they just never, the dams are still there. If they go through and blow all them dams out, the river would probably go back to being nice again.
Sampy, I'm fishing on the Sheboygan River up in Wisconsin,
Sheboygan,
and Buggy's in Indiana.
Anderson, Indiana. Used to be a giant Delco factory here that made the radios for cars.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
What's up, 217? Thanks for coming in. Buggy trying to catch him a catfish, and I'm trying to catch a burbot.
I'd be happy with a carp on that other pole. I'm not a picky fisherman.
You
But
know, I got into that carp fishing too.
oh, I got
I
that
did.
reservoir by my house. You can catch them all day over there. And I don't know around here, but most towns around Indiana have a park with some kind of big pond in it or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you catch carp in them all day.
Yeah, I got a small, well, the Sheboygan River, of course, but there's a small river on the other end of town, north end of town I go, that I'm trying to catch carp in. So I'm going to wait till spring because I talked to a guy last time I was out there, and he said during the spring, that's when you can catch a lot of carp in there.
Yep.
Like, all right,
That,
well, I'm trying to catch them like they do in the UK. I got the
Yeah,
boilies. I
yeah.
got the tiger nuts. I got
You
all.
know, dude, I'll one of these days I'll show you what I was using, and it's sort of like that. And I just made it myself. It didn't cost me anything out of stuff I had in my tackle box. And a lot of them use that thing that you pack your bait around, right? Your pack bait.
Yep.
Well, there's a guy on here from Indiana that carp fishes. That's all he does, and he's got the whole rig set up and everything. But I'll take like you're talking about with my hook, and when I tied the no knot snail, you know what I'm talking about. Well, that
Yeah.
piece you run down, the piece you run through the eye that you wrap around. Well, I make it a little bit longer, and I put one of them little rubber, one of them little beads on it that we have for like
Yeah.
for okay. That's what I make. I put that on there, and I'll put 3 kernels of corn on my carp hook, and then I'll take my pack bait and I'll put that in there and I'll pack the bait around it.
Okay.
And the reason I do that, and
What's up, Chad Daddy?
I'll make a pretty good sized ball of bait, okay, around that. And you got to get the texture just right or it will not stay on. But once you get it
Right.
and you figure it out, it works, okay. So when you throw it out, it hits the water, and you can actually take a bowl at your house before you ever go out. When you make your pack bait, you can pack it and put it, drop one in the water and see how long it takes for it to break apart.
Right.
Anyway, so when that breaks apart and the fish come in and start feeding on that bait that broke apart, well, there lays your hook with the kernels of corn on it. Bam. We've done it that way my whole life.
Huh.
But you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Otherwise, you got your thing up here that's got all that pack bait on it, and your hook down here with the boilie. Well, the bait falls apart here, and it kind of disperses in a circle, and the fish
Yeah.
come in feeding off at you, and your hook's laying down here 6 inches below.
Yeah.
This way, and I tried using the things that they pack the bait around and everything, you know what I'm talking about, but I never
Yep.
caught anything. I thought, well, heck, when you was a kid, you just make your pack bait, put you a couple kernels of corn on your hook, and pack your pack bait around it. I started
Yeah.
doing that, and I started catching fish again.
Yeah. I got. I've been watching a lot of UK guys for carp fishing, and they use a PVA bag. It's a solid. They got the solid bag. So I got some of those where you put the bait, you put everything in there, the lead, you put your whatever, your pellets or crushed
Yeah,
boilies in there, and you cast it out, and that the same effect. The hook stays right there in that pile of food.
yeah.
So I'm gonna try that this coming spring.
Yep, so the theory is right then, but there's the one guy.
Yeah.
He's got a real long name, and he used to come in some of our lives and stuff. He's from here in Indiana. It's like carp, carp catfishing tricks and
Oh
techniques or
yeah.
something like that. That guy, okay, he doesn't live too far from me, and he does it that way too. And that guy catches monster carp. I mean, carp. And that's how he does it the way I do it. And that's when I looked and watched his video, I was like, well, that's how I used to do it. You know what I mean? So I went back to doing it that way.
Yeah.
Only difference is he uses the boilies like you guys are talking about. Well, I had none, didn't know where to get none, so I just thought, well, I'll just make that line a little long and tie it around before I run it through the hook, put it on the bead
Yeah.
and tie it around where it's tied on the end of the line. And then I pull it up and hang and let it hang about, I don't know, an inch below the hook. And then I tie the
Yeah.
no.
We talking about carp fishing right now, Sampy,
What catches the carp today?
because I got into that carp fishing, and I'm just I tried during the fall. During the winter, it's real hard to catch them. They said so.
Yeah,
I'm gonna wait
yeah,
till the spring.
yeah. Well, I had to do it out of necessity because the reservoir by me, I know there's catfish in it, but like I said, I have to have my boat to get to where they're at. But
Right.
growing up there, I know there's carp all over that place. I was like, well, if you want to catch fish, something big and find the reel in, then you might as well start targeting carp while you're fishing around here. But it's close
Yeah.
to the house, so I had to stay within a certain distance in case something happened with top. So I was limited, and I'm like, well, you're not going to catch any catfish in this lake, so you might as well. And I started carp fishing there, and I don't know how many carp. I caught a bunch. Some of them
Right.
nice. I got some videos of some of them on there. And that's when the stand day started out on Sundays. That's what it was carp. Then
Yeah, I
there's a
caught. I mean, my biggest common carp is 15 pounds, and I
big.
caught him on a 3-way rig 3 years ago when I was salmon fishing down in Port Washington.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he slammed my salmon eggs.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, they're fun fight. And if you want to make it real fun, get drop down instead of just like one of these catfishing rods. Drop down to something about the size of a bass rod, and then you
Yeah,
gotta, you know what I mean. And it makes it more challenging to get them in.
yeah. Well,
Those are the
I actually did. I bought a rod specifically
yeah,
for. It's a
yeah.
carp fishing rod.
Oh yeah,
It's a,
cool.
yeah, it's a 12 foot. It's a 12 foot rod. So
Well, you got to have
I'll
that to be
be.
able to cast.
I put a. I got a 6,000 on it right now.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's about what I'd leave on if I was to make just a carp rod. That's what I'd use.
Yeah,
Like me and Coach was talking the other day. It's like fishing's all relative. If you're going to go fish for bluegill, for instance, use an ultralight rod. When you catch a big bluegill, it's a challenge
yeah,
to bring it in with that rod. Therefore, the
yeah,
fun factor increases. So if you target your rod towards what you're fishing for, then you catch a big slab bluegill on an ultralight. It's like catching a 70-pound catfish on a big pole.
yeah,
Because you're not able to turn it. It don't want to turn, and it's sideways. Bluegill are flat, and it swims sideways. They're hard to turn.
yeah. Hey, Maurice. Thanks for coming in, man.
Pound
Mike
for
Irvin.
pound, pound for pound, bluegill fight harder than any fish I know of.
Oh yeah, they fight. They fight real good.
They
I
don't
got a
get
nice
caught.
little. I got a nice little St. Croix for that.
Yep, I do too. It's not a St. Croix, but I got an ultralight. Dad had it made by some guys down in Arkansas. It's a little too
Yeah, I
flexy.
I ended up with the St. Croix because Audra's cousin, her husband, where he works, it was shipped to them by accident, and nobody called or anything trying to find the package. They tried
You're
calling the
kidding me.
person
No
because it
way.
had their phone number.
Yep.
It's about a. It's like $120 something
Oh
dollar
yeah,
rod.
those are like top line fishing rods. The
Yeah,
one
it's
Dad had
it's one
made
of
for me.
their finesse.
Yep. The one Dad had made for me. He likes his rod real flexy, and it's I just don't like using it. I never say anything to him, but I I want mine a little like I don't know if you ever used an ugly stick ultralight. That's about how I want my bluegill rod to be. That ugly
Yeah,
stick ultralight's actually a good bluegill rod.
yeah, yeah. I got a couple ugly stick for pan fishing.
That pole on the right there's the 10-foot two-piece ugly stick. I like it. I've had it for a year or two now. In fact, I think it's my favorite rod to cast. To be honest with you, because it'll throw it out there. I'm telling you now. Especially when I put the braid on it, I about hit the other side of the bank at the place I was fishing at. Oh,
I know. We use. I think it's either 4 or 6 pound tests on our pan
yeah,
fishing rod.
I run four on my panfish rods, and we always bluegill fish with crickets. Always have live bait. We'll run a slide bobber with a little eagle claw hook on it, and because here in the summertime the bluegill are down 20 feet or so.
Yeah.
So you got to have a slide bobber to be able to get down to them.
Right.
And then if you want to catch what I guess they call them shell crackers down there or something, but the big red ear and stuff, you got to run a drift worm or a night crawler on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
I've never caught many of them. Dad used to catch a lot of them. But comes bluegill fishing, I want to have the bobber because it makes it more exciting.
Yeah.
Because it is all about fun, isn't it?
Well, you know where to get your hooks at.
Yeah.
we got
Time.
we got bait holder hooks at River Cat Tackle.
I'm going to have to bookmark their web page because I'm all about supporting the small companies, man. I'm telling you. What the heck am I talking about? I'm a small businessman. I just don't never consider it. I mean, I work for myself. I don't have employees or nothing.
Yeah.
Ah,
I'm gonna check this bait. Probably cut the body off and just use the head.
well, that big mess of bluegill I caught, that's what these heads are from. After I played them out, I cut the heads off and throw them in Ziploc baggies and froze them. And when I when I pulled this one out, actually there's about a quarter inch of blood, frozen blood in the bottom of it. So when I went to thaw them, I just turned them upside down where that blood would flow into them. I actually thawed them out in the dash on the way over here with the defroster. Yeah, I'm gonna be going home here for long. I got about a 45-minute drive home from here. This is the stretch on distance of going fishing away from home right now. All right, fishies, you got about 10 more minutes and then it's over with. I didn't have a sticker board at home, so I used my cooler. It's got them all the way around it. Got them on the lid. Got has hooks and hammocks, Steve Adams and mine. Got them on this lid and inside here, Serena's. And then when you empty it out, there's one inside on the bottom. That's that hog leg with all the catfish on it. Let's see. The old that fills the water, Smurf Man, Bobcat. I can't see the other ones. Oh, Palmetto, and Brian B. But that's my sticker board. Oh, you got a fish on? Oh, I thought maybe you had a fish on.
Hey, and it. No, I just cut the body off of that one. Left the
Oh,
head
okay.
on.
Yep,
Anthony
yep.
J. I'll be right back, everybody.
All right, I'm gonna take off, dude. I'm gonna start loading up. My
All
knees
right.
are getting cold. I appreciate you letting me come up and hang out, man. I truly, honestly do.
Yep.
Sure makes it a lot more fun for me.
Oh
And all
yeah.
you people in
Anytime,
chat,
man.
yeah, I like fishing on yours. Yours are fun. and hopefully I'll get to go out again before the snow starts flying.
Yeah.
Yep, yep. I'll see everybody in the chat. Thank you for having me around. I'll probably
Yep.
drop in and watch chat while I'm loading stuff up, I imagine.
All right.
All right,
Have
hey,
a good
good luck,
night,
man.
Buckman.
Yep, good luck. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, later, brother.
Bye. Yep. Bye. All right, everybody. I'm back. So, Muddy River rod on the very end. I went ahead and cut the just left the head on the sucker, and that I casted it out. That's that Ancient Mariner. My newest Ancient Mariner is that blue Ancient Mariner 6000. I got a 20 pound test mono on there, and I pretty much casted it all the way to the other side. I'm probably about 15 feet off the wall on the other side of the river. Yeah, it's a little breezy, all right, and it's it's coming off of Lake Michigan. Got a east, like a southeast wind. Southeast wind during the winter is, hey, let's put it that way. Glad I actually glad I actually picked up this dang caterpillar jacket, winter jacket. Man, I if I move anywhere, I am moving to Louisiana. And I'll tell you why. One, you got the Mississippi River. Two, you got the coast. And I love fishing all the way around, but saltwater is saltwater's that's my love right there. That's my pride and joy. That damn when it comes to fishing. What's up, Ron? 205. Thanks for coming in, man. Yeah, I got used to it down there in Louisiana, Lynn. I worked I lived in when I lived in Texas, I worked in Louisiana for about uh I worked in Louisiana for about 3 years, and I was all over that state. Man, that it's just like they say, sportsman's paradise. And maybe I can get back into my deer hunting down there too. But my pride and joy before fishing, that's my two daughters that's another story that I don't get to see. With this fishing, that's why I do it so much. One, I love it. Two, it keeps me sane. Yeah, you guys looking for some rods and reels, man. I ain't caught no fish on the Ancient Mariner rod yet, but I like the action of them. And I've seen them in action. And the reels, that's just a given. I got all kinds of reels from, well, I got pin spinning reels. I got the pin, I got an old pin Long Beach that Steve Loke gave me as a gift last, was it last year or the year before? And then I got the made in Sweden Ancient Mariners. I got a couple of those Cast Kings, and the smoothest reels I got for casting is these Ancient Mariners. And you can't beat the lifetime warranty on them. All you gotta do is contact Spyron, let him know what's going on with it, and he'll get it taken care. He'll get you taken care of. But I personally, I haven't had no problems with any of them. And I've been using. I switched over to braid what last year or the year before because I got tired of the brand of mono I was using. I still have yet to see now that I got mono on that blue ancient mariner. You can actually cast that mono a mile. That that stuff just flies. What I might do though is I'll keep the I'll keep the 20 pound mono on there, but I'll probably downsize my braid on my other two ancient mariners. See if that makes a difference in the casting distance because the 65 pound it doesn't cast that far. Yeah, once again, looks like I'm the only one out here. There might be somebody else to the right of me. Looks like it. Yeah, Johnny, they do. They light up pretty nice too under that. You hit them with that UV light earlier before I went live, where I was fishing just down, not too far to the right. The light wasn't too bright. I hit it with my UV light. Yeah, Anthony, I noticed that with the braid. It does. Tonight, Guerrero, I got sucker and I got uh large shiners. I got one shiner, it's cut in half. I believe it's on this one. On my Muddy River rod on the very end, it's a whole shiner. That's the thing. People they get into well any type of fishing, but especially up here for the burbot fishing, they wanna catch burbot. They just don't understand it's you fishing. This is right here. This is actually beautiful weather to fish for them. It's windy. It's a little cold. I think we're what in the 30s tonight, Guerrero. If you guys watched me fish for burbot last year and the year before, you know it gets nasty out here. Tonight we got warm today. We got in the 40s. It melted the ice that was out, out here this morning, which wasn't much. But like I said, if you guys watch me fish for burbot the last 2 years, I've fished in rain, sleet, snow, ice, everything. And it seems like the nastier the weather gets, the better they actually bite. And like any other fishing, you just got to put your time in and dress for the weather. And of course, you guys know the hooks I'm using. I'm using 3/0 River Cat Tackle circle hooks. That's still early too. It's just after it's 8:35 my time. Yeah, that colder water, Guerrero. That's when it gets nasty. It gets you gotta practically yeah, it's gotta be frigid. I've been out here in below zero, windy, snow, ice, rain snow mix, which we were supposed to get tonight, and we ain't got, which I'm kind of glad, because then I would have to figure out how to keep my phone dry. This thing, I'm surprised it works the way I treat it during the live when I'm out fishing. What was it last year? Fishing for kings, right in this spot. You guys seen me sit for 9 hours in a downpour. So I put my time in when it comes to fishing. May not catch much fish, and I may not catch the biggest fish, but yeah, Guerrero, it's tempting, man. This year, I might have to call you, man. We gotta. Man, my buddy was talking. There's a there's a place I want to go. Just got to figure out for night fishing though. I actually call the DNR and talk to him. No, no fish yet. Nothing. Zero. Oh yeah. When I get home, I'm gonna be eating more. Well, I don't know. Depends. I might eat some. Well, it's gonna be pasta no matter what. It's either gonna be some blackened shrimp Alfredo, pork chops. Yeah, that's good fishing weather right there, Anthony. You guys would have tripped out this morning when I was fishing if I would have went live. Uh, I had some kind of event here, and the people that was running it, they decided they was going to drive their van down this boardwalk here, this cement sidewalk here. I had to move into the grass in this area. And then I'm glad I didn't hook into a fish because I would have had to deal with all these people that was running and walking for that event. Oh yeah, some mashed taters, huh? Come on, DoorDash it to me. Oh, it got warm then. Yeah, we've been live an hour and 40 minutes. It's still early, so I'll stay live till I leave. I bet you did, Ron. I bet you got out of here fast with it as cold as it was. Just glad your airline and your brake lines didn't freeze up on you. I want to see some bourbon in the. They did freeze. Good lord. Oh, that's awesome, Anthony. I bet you was. And it was actually colder down in that part of the state than it was up here that time. But I got the heater out tonight. I got some hot coffee. Yeah, Guerrero, upriver, man, there was ice. And what, last week or no, Thanksgiving weekend when I came out, the river froze up on me. We had sheet ice all the way across this dang thing. Everywhere I cast it, I was hanging into ice. What's up, Creo? How you doing tonight, brother? Just trying to catch these burbot, man. Telling you, you gotta come up this way, experience it. It ain't ice fishing. Just come in January when it's below zero. You'll enjoy it. Yeah, Guerrero. I figure by the end of the month it'll be rivers will be froze over, and then I'll have to fish in. I'll be down in port probably by then. I bet you are. Yeah, our company had their Christmas party tonight, but you see where I'm at, right, Guerrero? He might come up. He would probably make the trip during the summer because it'll be like 50 degrees cooler up here. Come up during the summer where it's 70, 80 degrees compared to down there, well over 100. Oh, come on, Creo. We got you got a you got a heavy winter jacket, don't you? We got heaters. Oh yeah, that the humidity down there is a killer, man. I can say one thing though, at least during the what's up 922. Oh really? Well, it's warm when I got my gloves sitting on the side, but it does help having this heater. I ain't too worried about putting these gloves on right now. Thanks for coming in, 922. Glad to have you, man. Hopefully we can catch some dang. I can catch some dang burbot, eel pal, lawyer fish, whatever you want to call them. What's up, Tony? Thanks for coming in. Fish head. Thanks for coming in. I got I got three going. Oh, you got some nice eater size. I got. I'm live here on YouTube, Facebook, and River Cat Tackle, and I am on. I'm running a platform nobody really runs goes on is from YouTube is Twitch. I really don't do too much with that Twitch. I'm trying to figure that out. Yeah, Johnny E. Lucky, 68. Man, that's a warm front. Now, of course, you know that. You lived up in Illinois, right? 922. That's why, man, I only keep for me and Audra, since it's just the two of us. I keep four fish, but the ones we catch up here anywhere from 6 to 10 pounds that I'll keep. Biggest one, 9.5, 10 pounders is the biggest channel cat I'll keep. It's not that I don't know how to clean them to make them taste right. It's just four fish for two of us when they're that big. That's quite a bit. But this year, funny thing is, I got a waiting list for the dang burbot. She got She got a couple cousins that want two or three cousins, I think, of Audra's wants some burbot, because I don't think I think they said they've never had it. So yeah, 922, 3 to 5 pounders. We lucky if we catch anything smaller than a 6 or 7. I think I've only caught like 2 or 3 channel cat up here that were between 2 and 5 pounds. Fished in a t-shirt in December. Uh, I think I did last year. But then again, I ain't as crazy as you get, Johnny. So I think last year I did it once. I wasn't live or nothing. Yeah, see, Guerrero's just nuts too. How you doing? Nah, not yet. Yeah, yeah. Got to put the time in. Nothing. Yeah, yeah. This morning I this morning when I came out, there's some guys from the Chicago area. Yeah, they fished overnight. They caught one yesterday evening at 6 o'clock, and after that, nothing. Yeah, yeah. Same to you. All right, Guerrero. Rio. Yeah, yeah. That's no joke, man. We was the same way in Texas. December, me and my dad would be out in the yard, man, cutting grass. And like I said, these people in Chicago watch a lot of YouTube on burbot fishing, and they always coming right here. They just go right past Milwaukee, Port Washington, if they knew, which is a good thing. I don't think they know. I would stop in Port Washington because if they want a bunch of fish, Port Port Washington is where you go for the numbers. Sheboygan is where you fish for the bigger fish. Actually, in my experience, this is where I've caught my bigger fish, and I've always caught 1 or 2. But if you go down to port, yeah, the fish are a little bit. The ones we've caught down there, they're a little smaller. Me and my buddy, they average anywhere 4 to 7 pounds, but you catch more. And that's where a couple years ago I climbed in Lake Michigan trying to get my fish out of the water in the dead of winter. So these guys are watching YouTube because there's another. He doesn't do as much on his channel no more. We talked to him this past summer. My buddy ran into one of the guys, They work so much, they ain't got time to be out. And he's got a lot of fishing videos in this area on his channel because that's where he fishes. He fishes this area, which is the South Pier in Sheboygan. And he fishes on the North Pier of Sheboygan, which is just right across that way. And then he got me putting video lives out last year, the year before, and starting this year. And these guys, one guy actually told me, "Oh yeah, I seen this guy fishing here, something fisherman." I was like, "Hawaiian fisherman?" He goes, "I think so." I was like, "Man, come on." Now we starting to get a little snow, not much, just a little flurry. Maybe the fishing will pick up. But like I said, I'm ready for it. I got the heater, I got my gloves, I got everything I need to stay warm. So these guys drove minimum of 3 hours just to get here to Burbot fish. And they'll probably, because they drove 3 hours, they'll probably fish all night. Because Burbot are known to hit at night more, but you can catch them in the early morning just before sunrise. So you just got, like any fishing, like I said earlier, any fishing, you just got to put your time in and you'll finally get lucky and get into them. I really don't change the way I fish for burbot compared to catfishing. The only thing I haven't used, which next year when I catch some bluegill, I'm gonna freeze them up. I'm gonna cut them up and freeze them, and I'm gonna save them for the winter time. And I'll use them during the next winter. Next winter, I'll use them for burbot fishing because they eat bluegill too, which we found out last winter. My buddy cut open a 6 pounder. He had like 3 hand-sized bluegill in his belly. I mean, it's pretty cool talking to these guys from Chicago. Then you get to talking to them. They tell you how they fish down there and stuff for salmon and all that. But I won't go down to Chicago and fish. Ain't no way. For one, the damn gun laws down there are so retarded. These guys gonna walk out all the way on the pier. Looks like. Go right ahead, buddy. I hear the waves breaking on the rocks already from here. Because we got that east wind, that southeast wind coming in. What's up, John? John Euler. That's one nut that would come this way and fish if he's ever in the area. I'd fish with him. I know the cold don't scare you off, cause got to deal with it where you're at. Oh, I bet you. I bet you would. Here we go. Oh, we got the second round. Wannabe Burbot fishermen coming in. Looks like I say second round. It's like third round since I've been here. Damn. Those fools. They parked real quick, jumped out, jumped back in the truck. They said, no, too damn windy. Yeah, yeah, John, it is. We got that southeast wind, and the water's all choppy. Sky tried to drop some snow on us. There's a couple, just a little bit, not much, and it just stopped. It was like 2 seconds, just as you was coming in. It stopped just like that. So, yeah, the water's choppy, but I think I got 4 ounce sinkers on there. It's actually holding pretty dang good. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys was Lithuanian too, from the Chicago area. Oh wow, yeah, we got in the 40s today. I was actually walking around and this morning after I got done fishing, got back to the house. Uh, did a little bit of running around, went and ate, did a little bit of running, went back to the house. I took this dang insulated bibs off and my jacket, and I was going around in just long sleeve. Wasn't too bad. Really, they must have been. Where the heck did you see them at? In the shallows, or they must have been in some weeds then. That's the funny thing. We got guys coming all the way up from Chicago to fish up here for the burbot. Like I was saying earlier, there's locals here in Sheboygan and stuff that don't even know what a burbot is, burbot, however you want to say it, eel pal. They don't even know what it is. It's like I'm not even from here, but I do so much dang research. 'Cause I found out what they were. Yeah, I ain't bought cod yet since I started fishing for these. I ain't bought any cod from the store. I've heard of Manistee. I heard it's real good fishing there for salmon. Oh, so you got closer. You got lucky. Now you just got to drive 3.5 hours. Dang, I should have filled my other canister, my other thermos. I don't usually go through a whole one, but I've had this one since this morning. Do half a cup, man, or lid, whatever you want to say. I'm glad I didn't come out here last night. Supposedly, you could barely get rods out here because there's so many people out here. Yeah, Tony, how'd you do today? I watched a little bit of it, but I was out fishing too, so I didn't watch the whole thing. Oh wow, yeah, that's another thing I want to get back into. But it's so the way they run their hunting season up here is just weird as can be. I mean, it's like in Texas. I hunted with my when I bow hunted. I just hunted with a bow all year. Mr. John, how you doing, Mr. Parker? Love the thumbnail, man. Very impressive. Both of them were great. Yeah, John, they were talking about the numbers this year for the deer hunting. The numbers, Apache, what's up, man? Long time no see. Your job must be working you like a slave. The numbers of deer that were taken this year was way down compared to last year. It was just they said it. I guess this year. Well, I don't know. Only a few people got shot during the opening weekend, and one of them, the old man, he shot a woman, and she lived. But it was a woman he taught when she was younger. He taught her how to hunt. Then again, it's retarded because they let these people walk in the woods knowing it's hunting season, opening gun weekend, opening weekend for gun season, and they're walking around with no hunter's orange on. And that's why she ended up getting shot. She didn't have hunter's orange on. And she straight out said it was an accident and she didn't press charges or nothing, but she took she said it was her fault. She didn't have her hunter's orange on, knowing it was opening day. And then one guy, uh, his gun went off. He shot his own dang foot. Like, come on, man. Like, what the hell was he doing? Was he playing with his gun up in the tree stand? Yeah, that's how it should be up here. I don't think it is. Because one of my coworkers, he went out, he's a big hunter. He went out and somebody was walking their dog. It's like, seriously, what the heck, man? These people know, or they should know when it's hunting season. And then they wonder why they get shot. One, they probably don't got the hunter's orange on. And if they do, that's the hunter's fault because if you can't tell that was orange and a human wearing an orange jacket or some kind of orange, you shouldn't be out there in the woods with a gun. That's another reason I don't hunt up here. Because down in Texas, it was different. Where I hunted, it was national forest, but it was where nobody went because you could not see the trail to get into the woods, and nobody wanted to deal with that. So I had a nice area where I could hunt where nobody would go into. Yeah, uh, years ago when I first moved down to Texas and got into hunting, a buddy of mine, mine and my cousin's buddy, got was hunting on his land, and me and my cousin was up in a tree stand as a two-man stand that we put up, and he was showing me the ropes. It was the first time I was deer hunting. Well, my cousin fell asleep, and my buddy got out his deer stand, which was like 50 yards away from us, had a brown Carhartt jacket on, and he started walking along the trail. My cousin woke up because he heard a noise, which was our buddy that was walking, and he drew back on him. We was bow hunting. I was like, man, you better not shoot. He goes, why? There's a deer right there. I said, man, since when do deer walk on two legs? But then again, that our buddy should have been wearing his hunter's orange, but he left it up in the tree stand. Yeah, I just don't get it. That's why I figure it's safer to fish up here. You ain't gonna get mistaken for a deer and get shot. Yep, that's what I would do, John, and I would take my 30-30 out there, take that brush gun out there, and just have that area all to myself. Yeah, I've heard that too up here. And the thing is, where I heard it was in a spot you ain't supposed to hunt. They they don't allow hunting on that area, a state that state land, that part of the where I was fishing at, right here in town. It's on the other end of town, and yeah, there were shots going off. It was like 6:30 in the morning. I was setting up my rods for carp fishing, and I'm hearing gunshots before the sun even comes up. It's like, really? One, it ain't legal time to shoot. It's like, man, yep. Uh, I've been, let's see, the one time, the one area I was in, I seen two doe. I couldn't get a shot on them, but which I had two doe tags. If I would have had the shot, I would have took both. Hillbilly Hundo, thanks for coming in, buddy. No fish yet. Been live 2 hours and 17 minutes. Trying to catch them burbot. No catfishing up here right now. Trying to catch that freshwater cod. But yeah, I've had success around the same time, John, about anywhere between 9 and 11. That's when you're catching them coming back early to their bedding areas and stuff. One one time, I I almost got run over by the dang buck. I was sitting on my chair in the brush, and I hit that doe call. And he turned around. Man, that buck turned around real quick. I hit that doe call, and the wind blew just right into his direction. And I had doe urine all the way around me. So when that wind blew, he caught that scent. Man, I looked like a crash dummy when he was coming through that dang brush. He hit the end of my rifle. Hit the barrel of the rifle. I got him though. It was a nice little 7 pointer. Yeah, we got that rain snow mix. Starting to drizzle a little now. But we in it for the long haul. We'll go for another hour, hour and a half. See if we can get it. Thinking if this weather gets a little nasty, it'll probably pick up. Hopefully. Oh wow, John, you must have been on the road a lot. Like I said earlier, anybody that fishes in the cold, especially the northern part of the state, northern states, that bait lasts pretty dang long. I actually checked them earlier. They're still nice and fresh. I might I might reel them up and put some actual fresh bait on. And I'm gonna go with all cut bait. Yeah, you guys just hang out, talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back. Show you guys this setup right here. That's my muddy river, and then I got it paired with the Blue Angel Mariner 6000. That's got 20 pound reaction tackle mono on it. It's a custom made rod. Well, it's custom painted. It's that memorial rod for my dad. It's got a dead date, birthday, his name, and it's painted in metallic midnight blue and uh, smoke gray. So you guys, it's a nice rod. I like it. And I'm just going old school. That's all. That's just all the main line. Got three River Cat tackle circle hook. Just your old river rig. I ain't used a rig like this in a long time, but somebody that used it all the time. And my dad used to fish. He didn't like swivels and stuff, even saltwater fishing. But somebody that brought that reminded me of that rig. Just your old school rig, no swivel, nothing. If anything fails, that's because you don't know how to tie a dang knot. And all I'm using is just small chunks of sucker, and uh, I'll probably put two pieces on here, just two pieces. Hey, if you're fishing on the coast, you know, main thing is keep your dang hands dry. I'll be right back. I'm gonna cast this one out to the other side. And here's one of the newest rods I got. It's the Ancient Mariner. Nice thing about these, you can take that end cap off. You can actually use, if you do saltwater fish and you're on a boat and you got that belt on, you can actually use, where's that? You can actually use this rod and put it on that belt because you got the little inserts there or whatever you want to call it. That's paired with my Ancient Mariner, Orange Ancient Mariner 6000. That's the Ancient Mariner rod right here. And these, you can, they're 7'6", anywhere from 10 to 65 pound test line, 1 to 12 ounce. And it's medium heavy. And man, these things, you hit them with the UV light, like most rods, you gotta leave that UV light on them so they shine. You hit this with these Ancient Mariners with the UV light, and you don't gotta, as long as it's dark where you're fishing, you ain't gotta leave that UV light on it. Then just got a 4 ounce coin sinker. This one I got barrel swivel at 3/0. The 3/0 hook with, I got three little uh, floats on there. This one I'm gonna put large golden shiner on. Just cut it in half and put two pieces on there. Hope, as you know, get more scent out there. This one got a large shiner, but been out there since the beginning. Go ahead and put the sucker on there. Yeah, it's the same thing. This one's just like the other one, and I'm using the 65-pound braid, uh, reaction tackle red, no bleed braid or no fade. And on here, uh, I still got the plastic on there. It's almost like you don't have to take it off if you don't want to. Then your grips don't get dirty. But John Cyclone, he He left his on too, and he said when I got him in, like he said, it really don't bother you none. It just gives you an extra layer of protection. And this rig is the same thing, except I got the peg float on there, about 3 inches away from the. That's about it. I can warm my hands back up. Chad Thomason, thanks for coming in, buddy. Trying to catch some burbot tonight. But yeah, if you guys interested in those ancient mariner rod and reels, just go over to River Cat Tackle. You see it scrolling across the bottom. We got 18 wonderful people in here. Yeah, I'm actually glad that John brought that up because I usually pull that plastic off. But I do got some. I do got some cork handle. Well, I got the my cork handle is my. I think my Berkeley big games. What I did with them is I did some research or I talked to somebody here in the catfishing community, and I got some UB40 uh, to put on the cork handle. Man, that stuff, which I got to redo some. It's been a couple of years, but just you gotta clean that cork and with a toothbrush or whatever, just use a rag, wipe it down. If it's dirty, clean it up a little. Then you use a toothbrush, dip it in that jar of the UB40, and it's clear. Put a couple coats of that on there and let it dry. Next time you go out fishing, if it gets dirty, you just wipe that. Get a rag, wet rag, and you just wipe that cork handle off, and it protects that cork. I've never fished with the Berkeley E cats. I've heard about them. I've seen them, but I do. I love the Berkeley rods. And I got a couple big game at the house. Well, I got one big game at the house. Berkeley big game. Audra's got one too. Uh, some dang good rods. I like the Berkeley rod. Got some nice fish on them. Some nice king salmon. Some nice channel cats on them. Got a couple nice pike too up here. like I said, I love my Uncle Lou rods. All the rods I got, I love, or I wouldn't have bought them. But I got so many, I'm gonna go ahead and just rotate through them, give them all a chance. Hello.
Little buddy smart. That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Have you caught anything?
Not today.
Yeah, just bourbon.
Yeah. It's this time of the year.
Yeah, we were out last time. We didn't eat last time. There were guys all the way down and we got caught in last time.
Yeah.
One, I'd like to call one.
Yeah. I think those guys, man, when I got, because I came out early in the morning,
Yeah.
and those guys were still out here. They said they caught that one around 6 o'clock yesterday evening.
Yeah. We got out here at 8:30 or 9. We got here at 8:39 and had that. They only had that one. You've been out here all day, right?
Well, I came out early in the morning, and
Yeah.
then I went home, did some stuff with the girlfriend, and we did some running around.
Yeah.
Then I came back out about 3:30, 4 o'clock. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you. I've never seen so many people out here fishing for burbot. I've been fishing for them for about 3 years now.
Yeah. Yeah, we do this weekend every year. And I wonder if it's because they opened, because it was closed last year. Like, it was closed basically at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, last
Last year we caught so many. I don't know, same weekend. Like in one night. Yeah. But like,
yeah, I usually fish right along here. And I always catch them right in this area. Last year, Thanksgiving weekend, I actually caught my biggest one right in this spot. It was almost a 10-pounder.
how long?
It was about 38 inches.
Yeah.
And I started looking at the catch and release state record.
Yeah.
I would have beat that one by like 2 or 3 inches.
They're big ones.
But I was like, I ain't worried about no state record because I ain't releasing them.
Yeah. Tony, my buddy was down there, he had a 36. He had 36. That's like big.
If you want to catch big burbot, Sheboygan is the spot.
Yeah.
If you want numbers, there's another spot to go to. You'll catch them. They average anywhere from 4 to 7 pounds.
Yeah. Or Washington, they go pretty wild.
Yep, that's where it's at.
Yeah.
We usually, when we go, me and my buddy, we go down there. We get about anywhere from 6 to 10.
Yeah, I haven't seen it this slow.
Yeah.
We had probably 20 last year, and then we had the year before that, probably had 15. Whether they're later or
Yeah. You watch any YouTube?
yeah. Yeah. Oh shit! Sorry, man. Sorry. We were just like, we'll see if anybody else has got it. They just use like kind of straight, I don't know, like duck brandy type of stuff. I think it's just like an octopus. You know, people say it's fancy. Yeah. Oh yeah, right on. You yeah. Have you seen? I think he's this this couple Ukrainian or Polish guys. You've got carp centers. Well, equipment that you can't even get in the U.S. Like It's all from. Yeah, well, they've got they had a crazy chair. One year I was like, "Tell me where you got that chair." Well, you have to tell me where you got that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 No, they've got they're setting. Ryan's got like 10-foot surface. They've got like PVCs into 4x4s out there. Just like that's a big problem. Yeah. No. No. You know, I do. I fish typically all can. So I do. Yeah. Northern Manitoba walleye, lake trout fish. It gets all my fishing out this year. And these guys, they're from Madison. We just hang out here. Yeah, they set all their. I mean, that's true. Dan Sullivan goes to Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Really? Yeah, like 3-foot bay, whatever it is. 4-foot bay. That's got. Yeah, yeah. Well, having the Great Lake, like having even like Michigan, is such a large bay, like huge thing. Like, we went out in Sister Bay, just like just outside the marina, 5 to 7 pounds small. It's like pretty regular, just kind of like free floating live bay. It's just like big, huge small. Guys fish their whole life smallies. Like Sister Bay, right offshore. Yeah, that's huge. That's a huge small. That's a huge small. Yeah, that's a big one. Right there. Well, I mean, that's what we're doing. We're doing Sister Bay. It's like, one hand mounts, maybe 2 foot. But it's not live there. You just wait until something. Yeah. Get you back to your live stream, but I will follow you. I promise.
Hey,
That's awesome, man. Good
luck.
thank
Yeah,
you.
thank
Nice
you.
meeting you guys. Oh. All right. All right, guys, I'm back. Rob Fox, thanks for coming in. Sorry about that, guys, but got to talking with them. That guy, he fishes down over in well, not down. He fishes up in Canada a lot. It's pretty awesome. And now we're back to waiting. See what we can get. You almost lost the rod to a 10 pounder 922. I think the closest I ever came, well, it really wasn't my rod. Uh, it's my buddy's rod. He was catfishing up in Oshkosh 3 years ago. And that area at the time, it was just a road parked on one side, and you walked across, and you had the guardrail along the river. And man, that dang, that channel cat hit that bait so hard. He took off running. That fish took off. That rod was balancing on the guardrail. I had to run from the van all the way across the road because that rod would have ended up in the river. I caught it while it was balanced on top of that guardrail, and that's about an 8 pound. That's about an 8 pound dang channel cat that did that. So its wind died down a little, but we still got water still choppy, like John Euler was saying earlier. And all my rods, I went ahead and casted them out that way. Of course, that end rod, I got that 20 pound line on there, like I showed you guys earlier. I cast that thing way across the dang river, or tried to, but that's way out there upriver. This one's way out going up because that current's going upriver because we got that east wind. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, that's why I like fishing. Sit out here, meet different people, and 95% of the time, 95 to 99% of the time, they're fishermen, or fisher women. That's pretty cool. You was fishing and draining your radiator? What the hell? Hey, here comes that rain. Ah, dang it. That's all right. If I have to, I'll take the beanie off. And put it over the phone. But hopefully we get a hit, get a hookup. I'd love to pull in a nice 10 pound, 15 pound bourbon. And of course, like I said, it's usually when they start biting. When that weather gets real nasty. So there is people all the way down on the other end. Ah, Yeah, it's nice meeting you guys too. Yeah, you start following my channel, you see me fishing a lot. Fish live a lot. I got my shows on my talk show Sundays, 6 our time, Central Time. Sometimes we have guests up there, sometimes we don't, and we just sit up there and talk, just hang out, talk about fishing. Heck, sometimes we talk about hunting, even though I don't hunt no more. Everybody that's been following me, you guys know we started that talk show on Sunday evening. We'll be live tomorrow. I'm gonna set that live up tomorrow morning after I drink my first cup of coffee, where I'm at least partially awake. And we'll be live. We ain't got no special guests for tomorrow, but I'm working on a couple. Just waiting for them to uh get back to me. One's gonna be I believe he's a lifelong carp fisherman. He owns carpangler.com. That's where I get all my carp gear from. It ain't free shipping, but it's $5 flat rate shipping. If you order anything from Rivercat Tackle, that's free shipping on everything. I figured you was on the phone, John. That's about that time, huh? Talking to our buddy, tell him I'm putting this gear to work. Well, they sitting pretty. They ain't working too much because the fish ain't cooperating tonight. It might be a long night, and I probably won't be live for the whole thing. I guess you guys know I'll get stubborn like that. I'll get stubborn like that and stay up all night trying to chase that thing. I don't care what kind of fish it is. I get I get stubborn. I get into that stubborn stage, and I'll stay out all night. I'm trying not to do that tonight. As you guys seen the way I put my bait on, I usually throw one live bait, at least one live sucker out there. But then after a while, if they don't hit it, what I do is I'll cut the tail off. Then I'll cut it. I'll cut that sucker in half, or I'll cut the shiner in half. I don't know why. I think I do it the way I hook my bait on. I'll put that body piece on first, then I'll put that head piece on there. To me, it helps keep that body piece on there better. And like I said, I'm using that 3-aught River Cat Tackle circle hook, and I can fit a nice two nice pieces of cut bait on there, and still have enough room where it don't mess with the fish to get it hooked. The only problem is getting stabbed with the dang thing. It's starting to be like a couple other, well, another River Cat Tackle Pro staff stabbing my fingers when I put a bait on, like Patrick. And yes, I still stick my finger in that dang package when I'm grabbing them hooks out. I'm still getting stabbed, stuck with them hooks. Eventually, I'll end up pouring them out into the container, the tackle box. As wind picked up again. It's only 10 o'clock, still early. Now we just sit and wait like the last 3 hours, and hopefully one of these rods will bend over. You need an update. We got fresh bait on the hooks. That's about it. And my Muddy River rod is about, if I had to guess, maybe about 20 yards away from the wall on the other side of the river. These two, little over halfway across. No fish yet. Guerrero, when are you gonna come up here? You need to come up here and freeze with me too. Buck Williams, thanks for coming in, buddy. Somebody down somewhere on the coast. They're doing some pompano fishing. They're probably in Florida or somewhere. I don't know what channel that was. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that one. Once they get off, once they get off that sleep schedule, it's heck trying to get them back on it. Nah, we always figure it out. Maybe when the summer comes around again, where it's nice and warm. Heck, by then I'll have my bivy. They ain't got to sit in no sun or nothing. They say it's a two man, but I think I think he can fit three, 3 or 4. It ain't bad. Yeah, we can even do the weekend. Yeah, Buck, she's doing. Ah, her knee is bothering her again. I think she's talking about seeing if she can get some shots done again in her knee. She's getting around, but that her one knee is starting to bug her again. But she did. She kind of got her Christmas present early this year. Well, she got two actually, but her big one, I gave it to her early because when it came in, the shipping tape on the box was cut on one end. So I went ahead and let her open it early. Got a bunch of top of the line pigments and paints so she can get into that doing her art again. Yeah, it's Guerrero. It's this stuff. It's like a gel. I think it's a. I think it's like a gel. It's almost like having a cartridge. Uh, whatever. Yeah, the cartilage shot back in there, but it's a gel. Oh, that's cool. Guerrero. Watch it be my luck. I run up here to the dang outhouse or porta potty, as the city slickers call it, and watch my rod end up going down. I ought to throw the clickers on them. Right now, I just got them locked down. Well, I say locked down. They ain't free spooling because it's dang wind. Yeah, I told her, Buck, I'm gonna have to. I've been trying to convince her, uh, but it ain't working. But tomorrow, what I plan on doing and what she wants me to help her with, she actually wants me to help her rearrange the basement where she does all her painting at. But what I'm thinking about doing is moving that stuff back up into that spare bedroom where I do my lives from. John, hey Donar, thanks for coming in. He just got off the phone. Oh man, the sacrifices you make. It's all worth it though, man. Yeah, yeah. I'm actually, and who knows, she might be lurking in the background. I gotta talk to her about that. Because if she watches a live, that'll help me on my watch hours, which I need, which I really ain't worried about, really, because I don't care if I get monetized or not. Because I'm doing this so when I'm old and uh, about to die, I can look back and be like, yeah, look at that fool sitting out there in that cold weather. What's up, Austin? No problem, man. They get here when they get here. You know, I was blaming. I figure snail mail had something to do with it. I got so many stickers, man. Uh, I think I got them all together in my desk where I do my lives from at the house. I got them all in one envelope, I believe, or two. Who knows? I got so many stickers. Guerrero. Hey, I gotta give you some of mine, Guerrero. I gotta give out stickers. I got like 300 of the dang thing. They ain't the biggest or fanciest stickers, but I got them. Challenge you to the biggest bourbon to the end of February. Huh. I would say I don't want you to freeze, but you've been fishing in the cold forever. Yeah, why not? Let's do it, Don R. Biggest bourbon. Let's see who can catch the biggest. And you better not go to that hatchery you used to work at. He up there in North Dakota, Guerrero. They got some nice sized bourbon up there too. I do my research. How's the bite, Austin? I've been out here. I've been fishing since 4. Been live since 7. I ain't got nada. Zilch. Zero. Oh yeah, it'll be fun, Don. Although you're, yeah, that state record they got up there in North Dakota is a nice one too. That was a monster. Oh yeah, he knows code. Don sure knows code. Yeah, yeah, Don, we do that. Now the question is, do we got to be live? Oh, Buck, I'll let her know. But I've been showing her your AIs. That's actually pretty neat, man. Yeah, it does, Guerrero. It gets real frigid up there. Boy, we'd be defrosting and Don still be under ice and snow. You better be ready to drill some holes, Don. All right. That sounds good, Don. Anyway, I'm usually live anyway when I'm out burbot fishing, so like today, I'll come out in the morning, I'll fish during the day. Oh yeah. Yeah, you got that right, Guerrero. But yeah, sounds good, Don. We'll do that. Biggest burbot to the end of February. Not next weekend, but the weekend after. I think I'm gonna hit a new. I'm gonna try and figure out another spot too for burbot fishing. See how that does. I gotta call or not call. I gotta message my buddy that lives up there in Man of the Walk. See how it is up there. Oh, boy, oh boy. All right, Don. You got yourself a challenge. Why not? It'll be fun. Man, I got friends in a friend of mine in Utah. He went to go bring his daughter lunch, I think, just the other day, and he almost got stuck going up the hill. I guess either from his house or from where she worked. They had a bad snowstorm hit, and yeah, he got stuck on the hill a little. He made it up, but yeah, we're gonna try. Hopefully, I catch a nice 10 pounder. Ah, it's a little cold. Not too bad. Yeah, Don, I know. I need to hit that double digit. It's not too bad. I'm all bundled up. Plus, I got a 20-pound tank with a heater on it right at my, sitting right in front of me. And I think it's like 40 degrees. But I'll be back, everybody. Watch the rod. They go in the water, just let them. See, Don, the thing is now I'm gonna be sleep deprived come weekend, and I'm gonna start fishing on Friday night, Friday evenings after work. All right, Austin, thanks for stopping in, buddy. Cause you know how I catfish, especially during that what was it, that Memorial Day weekend? I did 30, 36, 38 hours straight, no sleep. The nice thing is it was warm, but I got chase burbot and try and catch a bigger one than you. Hmm. Let's see if I can. I never did 36 hours straight in the winter, but I'd do it. Nah, I ain't worried. Night, John. I'll talk to you sometime tomorrow, brother. Oh, heck no, Don. I ain't worried. That just gives me more reason to fish more. I ain't worried about that. More time I got the fish, more fish I can put in the freezer if I catch a bunch. Only thing I'm worried about is you freezing up in North Dakota because it gets really cold up there. Yeah, we got a little drizzle here, Guerrero. Nothing bad. The wind died down some. Well, it actually died down quite a bit right now. Oh yeah, it's gonna be some good eating. More time out. More time out. More fish you can catch. Because then you get that time in and might get lucky and hit that when they're coming in. But yeah. Plus I got a oh yeah. You finally got new underwear. You probably had the same ones from the '70s. Now I gotta mess with you, Don. That gives you a reason to break out your your ice fishing gear. Not for well, your ice fishing suit so you can stay warm. I don't care what rod catches a fish tonight, but I really want that Muddy River rod to be a hit. And I want that to be a double digit. All right, Guerrero. Thanks for stopping in, brother. Have a good night. You still use that the Jules catfish bait, Don? Now, of course, you know I still got my promo code, Hawaiian Fisherman. You should try using that blood frenzy. It's in a pouch. Just hook that sucker right in the middle. Put the hook right in the middle of that pouch. Hook it right through. That's some potent stuff. Then they got the Jules sauce. They got that Jules sauce where you can. I I marinated some shrimp on it last year before they released it. They sent me Hunter sent me a couple jars to test. Man, I marinated some bluegill in it, and I marinated shrimp, and that Jewel sauce, that you need some of that, Don. That stuff you can use it. He uses it. They use it to freshen up the blood frenzy pouches. Just stick it in there, get it all nice and soaked with it, and cast it back out. But I actually marinated like I said, some shrimp and some bluegill pieces with it. Man, you talk about some potent stuff. It works though. I got some nice channel cats on that stuff. Thanks for everybody hanging out. We've been steady at 18 people. All right, Bugman, awesome. Yeah, Bugman, gotta get you some of that shrimp. I get the stuff with tail on, every shell on. Then what I do is I thread that shrimp. I thread that shrimp over the whole hook. Uh, Johnny, Burbot, they can get up to 60 pounds from what I've researched. I've never heard of anybody catching them that big, but I'm gonna be on the hunt a couple weeks for some new spots. See if it's any good. There's a couple new spots that me and my buddy been talking about. We talked about yesterday at work, but they can get up to about 60 pounds here in the Great Lake in Michigan, in Lake Michigan. So Right now, I'm just on the hunt for a double digit. Once I hit that double digit, I'm on the hunt for a bigger double digit. I think uh dang, what was the record? What's the state record for Wisconsin for bourbon? I can't remember. I would have to look. I think Lake Superior it was like 13, little over 13 pounds, but it was in Wisconsin. I would have to look again, but not a trophy fisherman. But if I catch one that big, if I catch one over 13 pounds, yeah, dang right, I'm taking a picture and sending that, filling out the paperwork for send to the DNR, and it'll be done on a river cat tackle hook. Yeah, Bug man, glad you made it home safe, man. I myself, all I got to do is drive 5 minutes and I'll be home. It takes me longer to load my gear up than it does to get to the house. Alvin Lewis, thanks for stopping in, buddy. We got 20 people in here now. Thanks for everybody stopping in. Watch me not catch fish. But like everybody says, yeah, Bugman, there ain't no sense in rushing. Like everybody says, catching a fish is a bonus on live. That's because, especially me, a lot of stuff. But, hey, I fish in the stuff people don't like to fish in. But I think I'm gonna check that end rod, check the rods again, and recast them, get them back out there. Guys down at the end, they screaming like crazy. I wonder if they got one. Well, all the bait still looks good. Everything's back out. Rebel, thanks for coming in, man. Glad to have you. I don't know if on the end they got something or what. Yeah, all the bait looked good. And like normal, like earlier, that end rod, that mono, man, it's flying. That's about it's somewhere on that side. 13 minutes been will make 4 hours being live. I think it's high 30s, low 40s. Rebel. Yeah, that's what Guerrero was saying. He's down there in Milwaukee, so it's about the same. High 30s, low 40s. If somebody wants to look it up, I'm in Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Fish bite tonight?
Nah.
It's, we got fish.
Yeah, that's about right. That's what I figured about the high 30s. Got that little bit of drizzle down here, too. Usually some. And the burbot is weird. I don't usually go by the winds and all that. I fish whenever. I don't care what the wind is. But from what I've seen doing the research on the burbot, they supposedly when you get that north wind coming in, that's when they really the bite turns on for them. But I've caught them when it's no wind. I've caught it when it was west wind, east wind, south wind, and north wind. So like anything else, they bite when they want to bite if they're around. But from what I've seen, the north wind really turns, supposedly really turns the bite on for burbot. Right now, we got that southeast wind, I believe. That's where it's coming from, off the dang lake. nice having this heater because that keeps my hands warm. But if I catch a dang fish, I'm glad I got the heater too because I'll be able to dry my hands on the bait towel and get this heater because them fish will, them burbot, they're coming out that cold water. They'll freeze your hands up real quick. But it's all worth it once you get them to the house and you crazy. A Mustang semis, huh? Bad thing about having a beard, man, it gets caught up in the dang zipper of the jacket. Awesome, Buck. Yeah, I'd like to see those. Put this hood up. Now we got a little drizzle coming down, little rain. Hold on a minute. Take this off. Put it over the dang phone so my phone don't get too dang wet. There we go. I got the hood. Should have brought my one and only, but I can't because I got my one and only River Cat tackle beanie, but Rebel, I'm about a few hundred yards from Lake Michigan. I'm fishing the Sheboygan River here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Not too far from the mouth of the river. Off to my right, that's off that way. Off to the east over there, that's Lake Michigan. Yeah, this river, I don't keep nothing out of here except for burbot, salmon, and trout because they come in the river from the lake, so they're not in the river too long. Usually catching them when they coming in, so because supposedly Sheboygan River is pretty dang bad. But who knows what body of water really ain't got something wrong with it. And this part here, which I've been guessing about how deep it's been since I've been fishing this area for the past few years. But I got it confirmed this morning from a couple guys that were up from Chicago. Uh, he had one of them castable depth finders, and it was about majority of it, this area here, about 4 meters deep, and that's right off, maybe right next to the wall. It was about 3.5 meters, 4 meters deep, and he cast it out further. It was about the same, about 4 meters. So yeah, about 15 feet deep. And I figured I knew what the bottom looked like anyway. That was pretty cool. Got to see the contour of the bottom and all that, what the bottom looked like. Yeah, it's muddy. That's not hard to figure out, but you can tell when that sinker hits the bottom what the bottom's like. And if you know how to count it down, how long it takes your sinker to get to the bottom, you can pretty much guesstimate what the depth of the water is you're fishing. And I've guessed it was about 16 foot deep. So, yeah. And there's some spots that I fish. I ain't fished them in a while. Fished them last summer, but that was about there. It's about 6 foot deep, anywhere from 4 to 6 foot. Yeah, this river really ain't got no currency, no current break in this one. With these burbot, uh, rock piles, uh, stuff like that. And I mean, you guys seen me in this area. They maybe the next time I go live, I'll probably I'll try and fish further down towards the lake. It'll still be in the river, but there's rock piles down there from them doing that construction for the last 3 to 4 years. There's rock piles, and the burbot love hiding in them rocks, and they come out at night, do their hunting in the river. So I'll probably do that next weekend. Uh, I'll hit down there. But yeah, they like that rock pile. They're an ambush predator, is what they are, and they're pretty. I mean, like that little over 9 pounder I caught last year. That 9.8 pounder. The guy was pulling drag. He was pulling drag off my reel. He was pulling line like there's no tomorrow. He was taking back. He was taking off. They ain't gotta be big as big as heck. They're strong. They're strong swimmers. That's for sure. And they're just like flathead or a blue. They're like a flathead, really, if you think about it. Because sometimes their bite, it's real. It's so light that you gotta watch your line. You gotta watch your rod tip because that rod tip will just go down and it'll stop, just like a flathead will. They'll just sit there with that bait. And once that rod tip stops, that's when I know that's a fish. Fish has got that bait in his mouth because he just sitting there. That's when you reel down on that sucker, and if you're lucky, which I have been with the river cat tackle hooks, that sucker, that 9 pounder I got last year, or not even the 9 pounder, is the one I caught right after that, not too long after that, I think. He barely he barely had that rod tip moving. But when it was windy like this, that rod tip went down and it just stayed there. Now if that's the current or the wind, that rod tip's just gonna be it'll be bouncing consistently. That's something I learned a long time ago fishing growing up in Hawaii, fishing in the ocean. Except for the ocean fish, when them saltwater fish hit, man, they take off. There ain't no sitting. You talk about drag peeling line. Ain't no catfish on this planet that can peel line like a saltwater fish. I don't care what anybody says. But yeah, they get to that point where they just like messing with that bait, and then they'll sit with it in their mouth. That's why these real sensitive tips like the Uncle Lou rod, uh, the Ancient Mariner rod, they're uh, that's why I love the sensitive tip. Ike Sampson still hanging out or coming back. Glad to still have you around. That's why I'm always looking back at the rod because yeah, I can see them in the camera, but that very end rod, I can't see that one because the color of it. But you can see. I always got to look back. I always check just because it gets. They do get that, as I like to call it, that lethargic bite. It's that lazy bite. I mean, who knows? I might reel one of these in and just put it right about 10 foot off the wall since it is deep, still about 12 and a half to 15, 14 foot deep there. They might just be hanging right by the wall. because one, there is, if I'm not mistaken, there is a walkway down there. It's the where you dock boats can dock up and stuff. But I think it's still underwater. They probably hanging out right under there. Yeah, I might do that to this first rod and put it right, reel it up to right where it's about 10 foot off the wall. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, talking about it, I'll do it. All right, got that one close in. And I don't know why I don't do it with burbot real often. I don't stagger my line like I usually do when I catfish. But they're not biting from all the way out there. So yeah, might as well bring that one in. See what happens. So yeah, now I got that very end rod. That's almost all the way across the river. That middle rod, I know it's right about halfway, and this one's about, I don't know, about 10, 15 feet from this cement wall. But it's, yeah, I should have did that a long time ago. Start playing around with the different distances. I have cut sucker and cut shiner. Uh, cut golden shiner, the large. And the large size for our golden shiners, they're probably about like that. And I cut it in half. I put two pieces of bait on each hook, just to get that more scent out there in the water. And in the cold water, really, I mean, scent, in my opinion, don't go too dang far, but it does something because they got to find the fish. That amino acids in there, they get out. And they're on all of them are on the three out river cat tackle hooks, the circle hooks. And if you guys like, which I know a lot of you do, fish with circle hooks, and you guys seen Danny using them, uh, Richards used them, Prio, the A dot, the newest hook we got out, the A dot Crimson Red hook. Stan, I use Carolina rig. Tonight I got two Santee rigs on there, and on my Muddy River custom rod down there, I got just the old school river rig. I ain't got no swivel on that sucker. Everything I tied, if you know the old school river rig, you ain't got no swivel. Everything's on the main line, and I got the hook. The loop for the hook on that rig is about 6 inches long. I made the loop, ran the loop right through the eye of the hook. I've been fishing with circle hooks all my life. Anybody that says you need to snell a circle hook, they need to do some research. Because, yeah, I've been snelling them, doing snell knots on them since I was 8 years old. But we've run them like that too, saltwater fishing. So I know it works in without being snelled, without a snell hook. So, or snell knot. So yeah, I'm running. Like I said, I got the Santee rigs on there and that old school river rig. Yeah, they pretty good. I ain't used them yet myself, but I'm gonna get some soon. Seeing we got the boat now, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna try and do some rigs with the three ways. If I'm not mistaken, Creo uses them. I think Richard does too. How you like them hooks? Have you used the hooks yet? Yeah, Rebel, that does. Yeah, Stan, they do. Especially, did you guys get the crimson red hooks, the 8/0s? Those them crimson reds, man, they got a wide gap. All the hooks got wide gaps, but that one, I think that one's got the widest one. And way bigger than our normal. Yeah, yeah, I think that's what John was saying. Uh, Miss Stephanie, she put it together, and she put all the different packs in there, all full packs too. We don't skimp on the prizes at River Cat Tackle, that's for sure. You get the full pack. I know your dad was excited when they came in. God dang it. That's awesome though that you like them. I don't know many people that don't. Everybody that uses them ain't had no complaints yet. Oh, yeah, I haven't been commenting on your guys' videos and stuff and your shorts, but I've been seeing the fish you've been putting in the boat. And I wish we had fish that big here. Flatties can get pretty big up here, but of course we ain't got blues way up here. And we do got some monster channel cats. And I actually seen a picture. Dave Bozart, thanks for coming in. Nah, I ain't caught nothing yet. Been live 4 hours and 20 minutes. Just putting in that time. This year is slow for me. Last year I was starting off Thanksgiving weekend catching burbot. Yeah, Stan, I've been hearing about the James River, man, ever since I was growing up in Hawaii. I was always into all kinds of fishing. I actually did a little bit of catfishing there because they filled the reservoir. That's like shooting fish in a barrel, though. But I've always heard about the James, and of course the Mississippi River and the Missouri. I think this coming year, I've already talked to Audra about it. Well, she actually told me. Uh, I did fish the Mississippi up here and Mississippi River up here in Wisconsin, but I only fished it for like an hour and a half. But the spot I went to, I really liked it, and it was only 20 minutes from where the town we was staying at that weekend. We was on the west side of the state. Problem is, that's 3.5 hour drive. Yeah, my biggest blue, I never went for size. I was down in Texas. It was a 30 pounder, just on some Walmart gear. Heck yeah, if I ever make it that way, believe me, I'll let you guys know. By next July, I'll be able to be fishing the Mississippi, go down there to Louisiana and get with everybody down there. Actually, be able to meet Trio since we're River Cat Tackle going to be in that catfishing tournament up in Vicksburg next next July. We all going to get together down there. So I'll be fishing with John Cyclone and all the river cat guys down that way. So I'm gonna get me a nice Mississippi River blue come July. So I've caught all three species of catfish here in the U.S. And out of all of them, I gotta say the channel cat gives, man, they fight. They fight hard because they fight you from the time you hook into them to the time you release them, if you release them. Yeah, I don't use them no more. I ain't used them in months. Night, Bug Man. It's great having you up tonight on panel. Good to see you out fishing. Yeah, Bug Man. Like I said too, anytime I'm live, man, you're welcome up on the panel. I'm probably gonna call it at midnight. So about 33 minutes. And and get to the house and get loaded up, get to the house and be all right. Get warm. I'm staying pretty warm. I got this heater still going. And with it being cold like it is, it won't take long to cool down and put back in the vehicle. Get home. It'd be nice to get one fish tonight.
We just picked up a 30.
Really?
Yeah. That's the only thing we've had out there.
Wow.
We check in and reset, but yeah, we just had a little bit of excitement.
We got to run for it.
Mostly just trying to avoid the damn.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, no comment on that one. 30 pounder. Come on. That's a new state record. Oh, wow. How cold's it get there? Oh wow. Yeah, we got that little bit of rain. Yeah, it gets about it gets that cold here too. I've been in that below zero weather fishing for these fish. $57 there where you're at, huh? That's some nice weather. Yeah, I've been out when it was below zero for some burbot. It's insane. It gets crazy then. Last year it wasn't too bad. It got cold, but didn't wasn't too bad out. The year before that though, it got it got pretty dang cold. Last winter it wasn't too bad. I didn't even need the heater. No fish, Guerrero. I'll text you tomorrow though. I got something to tell you. I'm probably gonna run another 23 minutes and then I'm gonna shut the live down. I'll probably stay out just another half hour after that. Yeah, that's where we're at now, Rebel. We're around the 30s, 30, 40, rainy. Well, I'm glad I got all this insulated and waterproof clothes. Not like the first year I was out, man. Whew. First year chasing these dang fish, about froze to death. Steve Loke, what's up, buddy? Long time no see. Bite's been non-existent for me. Hoping something grabs these dang rods. At least one. Be nice if all three went down. Then it'd be all kinds of chaos around here. Wouldn't be the first time I've had multiple rods go at the same time. That'd be nice to see. Been a while since that happened. It ain't happened since I've been doing YouTube, that's for sure. Now, earlier in the spring, when we went for our first catfishing trip, Audra had that good day where she caught multiple fish. We actually did pretty good that weekend. Hey, that I remember that. That was the Saturday. And it was the first time we hit that one spot. We did what? We caught 7 in that spot. We went 8 for 9 that day. Yeah, you got that right, Guerrero. It's usually when that happens. But I can say I'm putting this new jacket to the test. And it actually is waterproof, like they said. Guys down at the end, man, they got him. They got him another one. Yeah, there's some guys right next to me, and then there's some other. There's another group down at the further down, almost on the pier. Uh, I guess they're husband and wife or whatever, or couple or whatever. They came walking by not that long ago. Said they landed a 30. Hmm. And because I keep up with what that record is, that would break. That'd break the state record. 30-pounder. That would crush the state record for a burbot. I was, and then people showed up again. But the one they landed earlier, they said it was a 30. That that right there, yeah, that would crush the, as you know, Guerrero. Yeah, that's what they said. Maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Stan. I'm thinking 30 inches. I notice up here a lot of them do. They go by the inches, which that's still a nice size burbot. Don't get me wrong, but Thanksgiving weekend last year up here they got a catch and release uh section for state records, and the longest burbot ever caught was 33 inches, 34, and it was caught right here in Sheboygan. The one I caught last year, I measured it before I left. After I got off of Steve Adams live, I measured that thing. That was a 30. It was a 36, 30, 38 inch, but that was for the catch and release. And a burbot, I ain't releasing. I ain't worried about no catch and release record. But I mean, if it was a 30 inch, like you said, that makes more sense, Stan, because that is a nice sized burbot. That's a lot of meat on that sucker too. So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, Guerrero, 30 pound. I've heard they get up to 60, but I don't know about our water. I myself, I think they, I think they exist. Who knows? But like Stan was saying, I think 30. When he said 30, I think I think that was in inches. Makes more sense. Like I said, that's still a nice fish though. 30-inch fish. Heck, right now I'd be happy with a 24-inch. Yeah, Stan, they are ugly looking fish. I know you and your dad, you guys ain't scared of no cold. You guys ever make it up this way to do some fishing? Come during the winter, we'll do some of this fishing. Yeah, they're camo just like the flatties. The only difference is they can wrap their tail around your arm, and that freaks some people out because they wrap that tail around your arm. They some strong fish though. Yeah, it'd be pretty awesome. Even the fish would get together with them and do some fishing. They seem like some pretty good people. That'd be pretty cool, especially if they had to subscribe because I think I got it where it's only that's the only way you can comment in the chats, I believe, right? That'd be pretty cool. Fish with some subscribers. Well, I technically did. I fished with Guerrero. Yeah, stand up. I don't know where they're from, but I know up in Viking land up there in Minnesota, they get they get pretty big up there, and they take their burbot fishing up there pretty dang serious too. I don't I don't know if they do it anymore, but they used to have a festival for that, and from the videos I've seen, man, that festival was big, and they all out on the ice fishing for burbot, getting getting full, getting drunk. What happened though? I think they canceled that. Oh, okay, up in Canada. But yeah, that up in Minnesota where they used to have that festival, the Ilpout Festival, they I think they ended up canceling that thing because people would just trash it. Trash would be all over the ice. If I ever had the money, I would love to make it up there to hit them up there. What they need to do down on the end over there is stop catching them, let them come this way. And if they was closer, and I didn't have to walk so dang far, I'd walk down there to see if they would show it on camera, but I ain't walking all the way down there. Yeah, cause who is that up there? That chick, Fishing and More, I think. She's up there in Minnesota. They do a lot of burbot fishing. They got the cabins and everything, man, on the lake. Watch her videos. They wake up right in the morning. You got a fishing hole right there, right next to the dang bed. You ain't even gotta leave the bed. You can lay in bed all day, fish right there. Watch TV, stay warm. You ain't gotta be out in the elements. They fishing through the ice. They got some dang good they got some dang good videos. I think two, Guerrero, from the excitement down there. I think it was two so far. That 30-incher, and then I don't know what that one this last one was. Had to have been a decent length too. That's awesome though. Yeah, yeah, they do. That's insane, man. I seen that. It's like wow. Yeah, watching them videos, man, it's like, yeah, it's fishing in luxury right there. One day I gotta put a video out with these dang ancient mariner rods because I want to set them up. I'll probably set them up in the front yard. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Stan. Except you in a nice cabin and out of the elements, unless you got a boat like James's boat, like Pool Cat, where you can sit inside and watch your rods. That's a nice boat he got though. Yeah, about 4 more minutes. I'm gonna end it. And then, like always, you guys know it's winter time. I'll be out again next weekend. I'm gonna get probably stay out here about a half an hour after ending the live. If I get anything, I'll post pictures on Facebook and on. I'll make a couple shorts or make a short. But yeah, I'll be out again next weekend. Get to the house and put whatever bait I got left. I can't complain. That dang this new bait bucket I got, the Frable, however you want to say it. I got the one with the built-in aerator. The thing lasted quite a while on 4 AA batteries. All right, Sampy. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Got that. I'll be out again next weekend. I might be out Friday and Saturday. I'm gonna try and put in as much fishing as I can before Christmas and stuff. So I'm gonna be hitting it hard probably for the next couple weeks. Friday and Saturday, Friday night, Saturday night. So pretty much after work Friday, go home, eat. By the time I get out here, well, by the time I get off of work, it's 5 o'clock. It's already dark. I'll get out here as soon as I can Friday. go live and fish for a few hours. When I say a few, probably about 4 or 5 hours, like tonight. And then Saturday night, get out and do another 4 or 5 hours of fishing, like tonight. But I'll do that for the next couple weeks. I'm gonna hit it hard, and especially because Don wants to challenge me on that biggest burbot. I'm gonna put in the time now. I might bring two thermoses full of coffee. I ain't scared. It's just I'm gonna put the time in, try and catch a big monster. But thanks for everybody for hanging out. Got about 45 seconds, and a Hawaiian fisherman will be signing off. Don't forget tomorrow, 6 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock Eastern. River Cat Tackle Talk Show. Be live from the house tomorrow night. Probably just hanging out. Uh, who knows? I might try and get a special guest up tomorrow night. We'll see what I can do. Everybody have a good night. See you guys around. See everybody at Stand Day tomorrow morning. Make sure you guys get there. Have a good day.